All right, looks like we're live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Let me get this back a little bit into the center there, right? What happened there? That was already in the center and then it disappeared out of the center. What was the deal with that? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's make sure that we're live over here. Let me see if we're live. Looks like we're live. Let me check the sound here. Good. Shows that we're live. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Smash those hearts, champions. Let's see if we can get some hearts in here. See if we can get some people in here. All right. Say hello. Ask questions in the chat. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Share this out, share this out, share this out. Okay. How are you guys doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. All right. Let's talk about some things. What's going on in the world? I know what's going on in the world. I'm going to wait for some of you guys to get in here and then I'm going to talk about that, right? Ask me your spiritual questions. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Right? Pop in, say hello. Make sure you smash those hearts in the chats. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good morrow, right? Where are you guys at in the world? Say hello and drop a couple of hearts before you leave, right? Smash a couple of hearts before you take off, right? So welcome, 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 welcome. Okay, Walter, welcome. Ben 13, welcome, welcome. What are you guys up to? What are you guys working on? Ask me your spiritual questions. You see it up there on the screen, right there on the screen. Ask me your spiritual questions. What are you doing in the world? What's going on in the world? Are you guys tired of living here? Let me ask you these questions. What are you guys doing around the world? When you're sitting here thinking about the world, do you actually think to yourself, Michael, welcome. Do you actually think to yourself, maybe things aren't going right in the world? What do you think about when you look at the world? Do you think that things are going properly in the world? Do you think that things are going, sorry, I'm moving things around over here. Do you think that things are going properly? I bet you don't, right? Peter, welcome, my friend. Share this out, okay? I haven't shared this out either. I'm going to share this out as well. See if we can get some people in here. I'm going to share it out on the thing and online. I'm probably going to pause over here because weird things happen when I try to share these things out online. I don't know why, but it does that, right? So welcome, 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 everybody. Share this out and ask me your spiritual questions. What are you guys up to? What are you guys thinking about? Right? What are you guys doing in the world? What is going on in the world? Teddy, welcome. Is that Tebby or Tebby? Welcome, Brian, Australia. Brian, Australia. Welcome, welcome. Is that your last name or where you're at? I think that's where you're at, right? I'm also in Australia. I'm in New South Wales, Australia. But as you can see, I didn't even check my sound. Normally I check my sound. Peter, if you're there, let me know if my sound is okay, because sometimes I get that dual microphone. I didn't even check that to see if that was working. I was in a hurry. I was doing a lot of things, right? L. Now there's a good name. L, just an L, right? Just an L. I love the handles that people use when they pop in on TikTok. TikTok handles are kind of cool, right? L. That's a good one. I've seen one that was just a dash. I've seen a question mark. I've seen it's funny how people do what they use as their thing, right? My sound is perfect. Good, thank you. Because I didn't take a look at. I usually do that. Weirdly, I was in a hurry and I didn't. Run a little bit late. I was teaching a class earlier today. I was teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, and I got done and I was talking to Brooke, who's at work, and then she said, "Get something to eat before you go live." And because I said I was going to go live, and I was trying to fix stuff because I was fixing these signs that you see over here because of Reiki, the Reiki 1 courses that we're doing, because we have one coming up, right? Today's the 20th here in Australia, and on the 24th and 25th, and we're actually doing 2 classes that day. We're doing on both days, 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th, both of those classes we're going to be teaching twice a day, the 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and then 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Because depending on where in the world you are, one of the guys that's coming in for the Reiki 1 on the 24th and the 25th, he's in the UK. So for him, the 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. UK time in the morning, right? So he's looking at that as a better option. So that depending on where in the world you are, these times or these dates and times, because they're all Sydney, New South Wales, Australia time, that us being ahead of the rest of you guys in the world, except for New Zealand and Christmas Island and I think Fiji, right? Otherwise, we experience the day before anybody else besides the New Zealanders, and Tasmania is right in there with us, right? So because of that, the times mess people up. So that we literally were talking to this guy who wanted to do the Reiki one, and we gave him a choice of the time zones because of that. So even the late times, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. my time, wouldn't work for the Americas because that would be too early. But the 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. times works for the Americas. Okay. Because 9 a.m. New South Wales time is 2 p.m. yesterday for the Americas. Like right now, it is 5:25 p.m. in the west coast of or North America, right? The west coast of the United States and Canada is actually at 5:25 p.m. right now. Okay, so you guys can figure that out because we are GMT plus 11, right, over here in New South Wales. So that kind of messes people up. So we got two times now for the Reiki 1 Zoom courses. If anybody's interested, you guys can see those right here on the screen, right? And you can also see the Defense Against the Dark Arts. I just did a course today, the last course for this month that we're doing. We're not doing another one in February for the Defense Against the Dark Arts. I don't think we are doing one next week. Let me double check. No, we're not. Oh, wait a minute. That's March. Hold on. Let me go back to February and take a look at February. But I don't think we are. I think we're done with that. Yes, we are. Defense Against the Dark Arts is done because we're doing the Reiki classes. And we have a fair to go to on Sunday. So our Saturday and Sunday, tomorrow and the next day, is taken up. And then we're doing the Reiki classes next week. So we won't be doing teaching any more classes besides the Reiki classes in February. So in February, I actually put the of March on there. Let me fix that while I'm here. Those are February dates. Let me fix that, 24th and 25th of February, not of March. So let me look and fix that while we're sitting right here, right? Of February. Let's fix that. There we go. Okay, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th February. Okay. So you guys like all times in New South Wales times, right? I'm gonna let me fix that so we can write that in there. Hold on, I'm gonna fix that while we're live. I'm doing some work here on fixing things live. Okay. Because I want it to fit right and I don't like that. Of February. Did I spell that right? Yes. No, I did not. There we go. Try that. There we go. Okay. So that's better. All right. So what are you guys up to? What are you guys working on? Sorry, I was fixing the signs, fixing the signs on the screen there for you guys, right? Retyping a few things on the screen, right? Marcella, hello. Marcella, welcome. So thank you for that. Who did it? Marcella, thank you very much for that, right? I should move myself down so that those things aren't so so high up on the screen so you guys can see those, right? Okay. So I wanted to talk about a few things. I just saw a video Brooke sent me over here in Australia. There's a bunch of people getting together. I don't know what day this was. I don't know if this was this morning. I don't know if this was this afternoon. I don't know when this was, but there were people who were getting ready, lined up to go on a march, I guess I don't know, I guess for Christianity. I'm not quite sure because of everything that's going on around the world with all these people fighting over religion and things like that. And I see they have rows and rows of men and they're all lined up and they all look like they're military age men. They're not like the young ones, but they're men that are between 18 and 50. And they're all lined up. Thank you very much for that, Marcella. Thank you for that. And they're all lined up and they got everybody chanting. And they're all standing there and they're acting like it's a military squad. And these guys, you can tell that most of them were like, what's going on with that? But this is what they're doing there. It's this zealotry. they're getting everybody ready to go and march, and they're all sitting there, and they're saying things. I should watch it again just so that I can, so I, maybe I should play it for you guys on air, so you can see what they're doing. And that's not the way. They got it. This is the way the Crusades were going on back in the year 990 in the 1100s. That is not the way. Everybody was standing there when they were worshiping Jesus, calling him God, and saying that Jesus said he was God. There is nowhere in the Bible that Jesus ever said, "I am God." He didn't even say, "I'm the Son of God." When people asked him, he said, "I'm the Son of Man." But you have this Roman control, Roman control over Christianity that turned into the Crusades, and people unaliving people all over the world and all over history because of it. And now you have these wars going on between religions that they're trying to get a jihad going. And now they have all these Christian men standing around, at least their arms not up, with in the Heil Hitler thing, but their arms are all standing around, and you have somebody, yelling. This is things, going, praise be to God, praise be to God. That's not exactly what he said, but let me see if I can find this just so I can say this again, because Brooke sent it to me, and I was like, oh my, I have to talk about this live on air. This is insane that they're doing here. So hold on a second, and I'm going to pull this up and take a look at it again, because she sent it to me, I believe, in the messenger. Yeah, okay, and so it says breaking, like breaking news they put on the screen. An army of Christian men line up. Do you see what they're doing? An army of Christian men line up before marching for Jesus in Australia. Okay. Now I get that there's a lot of stuff going on where a lot of the progressives around the world, and like I know for a fact in the United States because I'm from there. Okay, I'm in Australia though, but I'm from the United States, and I know that the progressives in the United States are trying to eradicate religion, specifically the Christian religion, from the face of the earth. Okay, so I'm not coming. You have to remember that I'm a minister. Those of you who don't know me, I'm a minister. I'm not coming from a standpoint of a person who is anti-religion or anti-Christianity, because I was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic Church, and I am a Christian minister. Okay, know that. But I'm also a minister of 5 different spiritual practices total, 4 other religions besides the Christian religion. Okay, and I'm a theologian. I wrote a book about that. Okay, wrote a book about that called "The Reality About Reality: Returning to the Old Ways." That's by me. Okay, Leonard O'Neill. That is not the way. If you are a Christian, they did this before. I heard these chants before. Onward, Christian soldiers. That's stuff coming from the time of of the Crusades, where they're trying to get zealotry to be the thing of the day. So I'm going to play this. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear it. I don't know if I should put it on camera, but I don't know if you can hear that. The guy chants, "Do not dismay, for I am your God." And all of the men say, they all chant it, hand on the guy's shoulder in front of them in military style. Okay. "Do not dismay, for I am your God." And then other things. Okay. So I'm sure because it's on air, I could probably play it for you guys, right? But I'm not going to put it up on the screen, but I might turn the camera around. All right. So let me back this up here so we can hear them. All right. I don't know if you guys can hear this at all. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that all right? I don't know if you guys can hear that on your screen. Okay. I could play it for you, right? But I wanted to talk about that. Hold on, I gotta plug my phone back in now. And I wanted to talk about that because that is not in any way at all acceptable in the mind or in the words of Jesus when he was here. People wanted Jesus to line people up like that. Z, right? Simon the Zealot wanted Jesus to do that. And he said, the kingdom that I am bringing is not that kingdom, okay? It is not a kingdom of war. It is not a kingdom of flesh. Now, I understand, don't get me wrong. I understand what people are saying, okay, about this whole idea of these religions and progressives around the world trying to eradicate Christianity. So I'm not saying that people shouldn't be wanting to defend Christianity, but that lining up in military fashion and sounding like Nazi Germany with the screams and everybody repeating and getting ready to go march on somewhere, something to be these Christian soldiers is not the way. It is not the way. The way, if you're worried that the Christian religion is being eradicated, then you need to replace the people in your government that are doing that. You vote them out of office and you vote other people in who are like-minded, who do not wish to eradicate religion or spiritual practices from around the world, or specifically certain types. Okay? You don't line people up and start zealotry. That will cause issues. This, I don't know if you can see it. Again, let me put it up on the screen. This is going to cause people to start being violent. Okay, now I'm messing it all up here. I apologize for that. Yeah, now I got it all. Wait, here it is. Okay, this type of thing is going to start people having problems and unaliving people. Okay, that is not what Jesus intended. That is not what he preached, and that is not what he said. And he never said, "For I am your God." He never said that. That is something that was created. He never even said he was the Son of God. He said he was the Son of Man, meaning that he was the son of the collective consciousness, because the collective consciousness is the creator of the universe, and he was trying to preach that to you. He was not preaching zealotry. He was not preaching it. It is only one way. They will not hand back the power. You see, that's the thinking that they want you to have. They want you to have the thinking that says that we need to start unaliving people. And those people who are wanting you to have that are the ones who want to unalive you. Okay? You need to understand that. You do not change a world by violence. You do not do that. That is the absolute last thing that you ever do in life. But if you have been programmed to immediately go to violence, that's what they want you to do. Okay? That is not the way. That is not the way that any ascended master or prophet on the face of this earth ever taught. The only one that did was Muhammad, and you should take a look at why. You should think about that. Okay? And maybe Muhammad didn't when he was here, but you need to look at that. Anybody who does that and says that is wrong. Okay? So if you want to wrench power back from evil people, the only time that you do that is if you have no choice. If someone is physically attacking you, defend yourself. But do not become your enemy, because what happens is people will go and do those things, and then atrocities come out of that, because then they're angry, and the emotion and the throng gets a hold of people, and hail to the throng, let justice be done. That's what happens. Okay? And then people become what they are fighting against, and they do to them what was done to them. They do to their enemy that the enemy was doing to you, and that just creates a cycle. Now the enemy, look at what's going on with the Israelis and the Palestinians. Those people have been fighting so long they can't stop themselves from fighting. They're unaliving people left and right, going back and forth and back and forth. Okay? And what happens is the generation, you have one side that goes and annihilates the other side, and then everybody who survives that wants to get revenge. and it may take them 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Then guess what? They come back and they do it. Then the other side wants to take revenge. You see that playing out over there now. Okay. Somewhere, someone has to stop that. And if someone doesn't stop that, it perpetuates for thousands of years, like what's going on there. And now you have people trying to eradicate the Christian religion. And what's happening is what happened the last time someone tried to do that. Okay. And the world needs to be warned. Let me tell you why. Because the powers that should not be want that. They want everyone going after each other for race, creed, color, or religion. They need it desperately. Okay? They need it desperately because they want, thank you very much. Thank you. There's my wife. Thank you very much. There's Brooke popped in. Thank you, baby. I love you. Okay? They need violence so bad they're trying to create it in front of your eyes. They want you to believe there's a jihad now. They want you to believe there's a religious war. Why? Because you have the Israelis attacking the Palestinians and the Palestinians are attacking back. So because they are, now they need to get the Christians on their side because the Israelis are little. They're small. There's not a lot of them and they need money. And that money comes from an organization in the United States that is the Christian Hebrew Fund. That most of their money comes from Christians. So they need to get Christians believing that the Hebrew religion is the Christian religion. And if anyone attacks the Hebrew religion, that means they're attacking the Christian religion. Therefore, you're under fire too. Well, it doesn't help that the progressives all over the world and in the United States have been attacking both of those religions specifically and wanting to replace them with the Muslim religion. Okay, and they're doing that in the United States. So all these Americans that are sitting around there, and I'm sure they must be doing it over here too, because I just saw those men here in Australia lining up in Sydney. You saw that. Okay, so that means that they're doing the same thing over here and they're teaching people the same thing over here. Okay, so now they're saying where Israel goes, so too does the Christianity. And now they're saying you have to be Christian soldiers and you have to march over here. The next step from that is zealotry. The next step from that is violence. And then they put you in uniforms. Okay, they put you in armor and they put you in uniforms. And guess what? Then you're fodder and they run you up against the waves and you guys start unaliving one another, and then brutality happens, and then a world war breaks out, and then no one wins, and everyone loses, and guess what happens? Everyone is affected because everyone loses people in those wars, and then they hate one another for generations. They're desperate to continue that cycle because there hasn't been a world war in a very long time, so they need everyone to go to a war, okay? Why we have to unite. We need to. Thank you, Brooke. She said, "I love you." Can't stay. I love you, baby. She's probably already gone. So we do need to unite, but not in violence. We need to unite in spirituality. The way is not through violence. The way is through peace. The way is through changing the people. If you have people in your government who is eradicating freedoms of religion, remove them. Vote them out of power. Okay? Remove them. You still have a vote. If you're in a country where you don't have a vote, there's a different dynamic happening. But if you're in a country where you can vote for the people who represent you in a government, you need to replace the ones who are trying to eradicate freedom of any religion, any spiritual way. Anyone who is thinking of for themselves in any way, if someone's trying to stop that from happening, they need to be replaced. That's how you do it. You don't do it through violence. You don't do that unless it's absolutely the last resort that you have. This is not a last resort scenario that's happening right now in the world. Okay? Peace is the way, not violence. And that video is starting to drum the drums of violence. The cadence, getting those men, you can see that most of those men are resisting. Most of them are going, yeah, I agree, but they're not. The look in their eyes, I don't know if about you guys, anybody who's ever been in combat or anyone's ever seen that, those aren't soldiers getting prepared. Those aren't boot camp soldiers. Those are men, but some of them are starting to look that way. If you see that video, most of them are going, what is happening? But they believe, and they're starting to. That's how it works. Okay. Some of those men had their hands on the shoulder of the guy in front of you. Lots of them in those rows were doing that. Okay. When that starts, that kind of zealotry will turn into violence, and that needs to stop. That is not the way. Jesus never said, I am your God. You heard, I don't know if you guys heard the audio. Okay. I can send you guys the video if you guys want to watch it. I'm not saying that people who are Christians should not be defending Christianity. They should. Okay, every single person should have the right for whatever religion that they want. And if another religion says your religion's wrong and they start trying to do violence against you, you should defend yourself 100%. And I know that I'm a Christian minister. Okay, but violence is not the way, and that's leading to violence. It starts that way, and you have people screaming, barking cadences to them, and they're repeating it back, and they're misquoting the Bible, and they're claiming that Jesus is God. First of all, he's not. He was created as that by Constantine in the year 325, and then by another, I think it was Gibraltar, the Council of Gibraltar, 50 years later. They rewrote the things and made Jesus God instead of being the Son of God. It's weird that Matthew, John 3:16 says that God sent his Son. So if Matthew, right, and John are saying that Jesus was the Son of God, where is it that, well, because they said Jesus was the Word. Okay, so Jesus wasn't the Word, he was the way. But now they're saying he was the Word. And then they said, look, here in the beginning, the creation, when God created the heavens and the earth, he created it with the Word. Over here in the new book that we wrote, says that Jesus is the Word. So therefore, he is God. And that's how they created your Trinity, the way that you have it. Okay? They justified it by doing that and elevated. That was Constantine that did that and elevated Jesus as a God. And ever since then, they've been teaching you the book of Romans, and it was solidified even more in that next council that was 50 years later. And I'm not sure if it was at Gibraltar. Don't get mad at me, Christian scholars, if you guys know about that, okay? Yeah, the non-aggression pillar and the self-defense pillar, right? Okay, so you have to realize what they're doing and what they're trying to do today. All right. You guys need to realize that. Make sure you smash these hearts and share this out. Ask me your spiritual questions. You can see it on the screen right here. That's what I'm here to do. But I felt that I wanted to talk about that because that's what's happening and we can't allow that to continue. Agreed that people should be proud of their country. Agreed, every country should do that. Every creed should do that. You should be proud of where you came from. You should be proud of the race that you are. You should learn the language of the people that you belong to. You should learn about that culture. And if you are, a spiritual practice, a Christian or any other religion, Buddhist, Taoist, heathenist, pagan, Druid, Wiccan, doesn't matter what it is. You're allowed to do that in the world. Some countries don't let you do that. If you're in one of those countries, leave it or change it. But violence is never the answer unless you have no other recourse. Do you understand that? That what you see there is wrong. And every time you hit a heart on that, and every time you put a comment in there that's positive, you're going to see more people doing that because the people who organize that are going to say, people, this is a thing that's growing. The next thing you see is going to be people telling you that we need more men. We need more men. We need to stop them. We need to stop them. And this is how it starts. And the next thing you know, then people are unaliving people and hunting them down because they're different, because they're a different religion or they're a different color or they're a different creed. And if you don't think that happens on this earth, look in earth history from right today and go backwards. And you only have to go backwards less than 100 years to see it happening in every country. Okay. And it's going to happen again if people continue doing that and saying, that's a good thing. Yeah, man, because those guys, because somebody is telling you that there's somebody coming for you. If they are coming for you, then you fight. You don't organize and start doing that. You go to the people who are supposed to be your authorities. You go to the people who are supposed to be your leaders and you talk to them and you let them figure that stuff out. You don't just start organizing and running around because next thing you know, they're going to have baseball bats and they're going to be wearing brown shirts. If you guys don't know what that is because you're too young and you don't know anything about history because they don't teach you that in school anymore. Okay. The brown shirts are how the Nazi party started. Okay. You're going to see them organizing and they're going to start wearing their own little costume. And they're going to have a strap on their arm. Okay. They're going to have a t-shirt. They're going to have a hat. They're going to have something. And that's going to morph into some sort of uniform. And do you know why they call it a uniform? You should look up that word. Why is the word uniform? Because it's one and everybody is the same. Okay. That's what they do to you when you join the military. They have you shave your head, all the facial hair, and you become the same as everyone else and you wear the exact same uniform. It's because you're uniform, and that's what they're teaching you. They're breaking down your independence, and then they build you up as a team, as a unit that is defending your government. And I'm not saying that those things are necessarily a wrong thing, because sometimes you got to defend your territory that you live in. You got to defend your way of life. Okay. And I agree that Christianity is under attack in a way that hasn't been for 1,000 years on this earth. And I agree that something needs to be done about that. But violence can't be the first thing. Okay. Violence can't be the first thing. Has to be the last thing. And seeing those people lining up the way they were doing was quite shocking to me to see. It's something that might be, maybe it needs to be done to scare people, but you need to back away from that edge. We need to back away from that edge. Okay. That is not the way that Jesus was teaching. He never said, I am your God. He never said, line up. He resisted that the entire way. Simon the Zealot, they called him Z or Zed, depending on where you are in the world, right? They called him Zed because there was two Simons. That Simon was a zealot. He was a military trained assassin. In fact, he was supposed to be unaliving. You guys should look at the Bible. Who was he supposed to be unaliving, right? Okay, so he was an assassin. That was his job. But then he was converted, and he realized. But he the whole time kept wanting to get Jesus to do that. He was in line with what Judas was saying. They wanted him to be the king of the Jews and literally free themselves from Rome and go to war with the Romans. And he said, that's not the way. That is not the kingdom that I am creating. That is not the way. Okay. Here we are 2,000 years later, almost to the year, almost to the date. We only have a couple more years, and then it'll be 2,000 years after, literally the 2,000-year anniversary of the unaliving. I can't say that word because the communist country that runs this algorithm doesn't like words, and I can't say that word. Can't even say what happened to the man on the cross because this communist country that owns TikTok doesn't like hearing those words because it has something to do with religion. Okay, unaliving on the cross and then the resurrection. Okay, the 2,000-year anniversary of that is showing up. Here we are 2,000 years later, and I know that's a very long time ago. Okay, but if the religion is sound and the religion was teaching the way that Jesus was teaching, which it obviously is not, because where were the religious people besides myself that saw that and were out there and saying, what are you doing? Don't do that. I'm going to look into it and see if there were people doing exactly what I'm doing, but I had to come live and talk to you guys about that. I don't know if it's going on around the world, and I want you guys out there who know me to let me know if that kind of thing is going, if they're lining up in America, if they're lining up in Europe. I need to know the answer to that, because we can't have that. We need to talk these people down from doing that, because the powers that should not be, those people who would love to take control of the earth and unalive so many people that they would make sure they solidified that control. They would love to get a third world war going right now, and they don't care how they start it. They don't care if it's race, creed, color, or religion. They just know that they need to get it because they need power. And they always do that. There's too many people on this earth in their minds, and there's too many people on this earth like myself who are thinking for ourselves critically, and they can't have that, and they need everybody out of here and resurrecting. Whether you believe in resurrection or not, they want everybody out of here who thinks and talks like I do. Okay, so they can't stop us anymore. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm talking about this, because they can't do those things that they used to do 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. They can't just unalive somebody at will. They want you to think they can. They want you to believe that they can, but they can't just get away with that stuff. There's too many of us now. Okay, there's too many of us that are awake. There's too many of us all walking around. So you guys do not allow them to start stoking the fires of jihad, of a holy war. There is no reason for that. All you have to do, like I said, if your government, wherever you are in the world, is allowing that to happen and allowing your religion or even propagating your religion, your spiritual way, to be going away, or you're not able to speak it or do it, you need to either leave the country you're in, change the government that you have, or create a new one. Okay. But violence is never the way. And if you don't think that it works, no, it doesn't work. You have to do violence because it doesn't work and they won't give up their power. Okay. Mahatma Gandhi taught the Indian people, the people of India. He said, peace through strength, or strength through peace. Okay. He said, just say no, stop, sit down, don't do what they tell you to do. And at first, people said that's not going to work. It's never going to happen. And he continued doing that. Eventually, the entire country sat down and said, no, we're not doing that. Do you know what happened? A lot of people got beat up. He got unalived for it, got shot through the heart for it. But the people of India, without firing a shot, made the English government leave and go home by doing nothing but saying no. Okay. That's proof in and of itself that you don't have to have violence. And that was scary, watching those guys lining up and having them. They were in columns lined up. Okay. And somebody off camera was screaming like Adolf Hitler, and they were cheering and saying the words back as if they were getting ready to go into war. That's got to stop, guys. Can't do that. Okay. That's just wrong. We can't do that. All right. So ask me your spiritual questions. I know that some of you are probably going, what's this guy talking about? Right. If you just got here a second ago, you may not even know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the video on the internet where it was showing all these people lining these military age men up in these rows and getting them ready to go and march on a protest for Christianity, spewing things that are misquotes from the Bible, saying that Jesus said, I am God, and that I am protecting you. And just, they're taking these quotes and putting them together. They do that all the time. They tell you that Jesus is the voice of God, that Jesus is God. But yet, you look at different things like John 3:16. John 3:16 doesn't say God came down in human form. John 3:16 says that the Lord, the God for so loved the earth that he sent his only begotten son. Okay, even the only begotten son thing's not quite right, but okay, he didn't say I sent a piece of me down there, I sent myself down there, I sent my voice down there. It's not what he said. But because back in Genesis, in the Old Testament, it said that God created the heavens and the earth because God created it with the voice, and the voice was with God, and the voice was God. And because they said that, they come forward, and then someone said Jesus is the voice of God. Therefore, if he's the voice of God, he must be God, because in Genesis it said the voice of God, and the voice was with God, and the voice was God. Okay? So taken out of context and then saying, oh, Jesus is the voice of God, that means now that the voice of God is God. That's how they justified that. Okay, but that story wasn't saying there was a separate person whose name was Jesus who was the voice of God. That was saying that God created the heavens and the earth with the voice. And the voice was with God because the voice was God. Take out the word because and just say, and the voice was God. And now all of a sudden you can pretend that's a separate person that you're talking about, because you're talking about the voice in third person. So now come forward, all those millennia, 3,000 years until Jesus is there, and then 150 years later, 325 to be exact, or 325 AD, which is 297, roughly 98, roughly years after Jesus' demise and resurrection. Now all of a sudden you're saying he's the voice of God. Therefore he is, because over here in Genesis it says the voice created the heavens and the earth, and the voice was with God, and the voice was God. So he's the voice, so the voice was with God, and Jesus is at the right hand of God. So therefore, if he's at the right hand of God, and the voice is with God, and he's the voice, and the voice is God, therefore he's God. That's exactly what they said to everybody. And then they said Trinity is now Father, Son, Holy Spirit. In nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti. I said that wrong. In nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti. Okay? So literally, you now have that Trinity from the Trinity that was Mother, Father, Son, Mother, Father, human. Okay. So now all of a sudden the feminine is pushed out again because it's a warlike religion, turned around and turned into a warlike religion by Constantine at the First and Second Council of Nicaea, and then the council after that, which I think was at Gibraltar, but don't quote me on that and don't get mad at me, right? So all of a sudden, now they're teaching the book of Romans, they're teaching you to be good little Roman citizens, come forward in time, and guess what's happening? You have people lining up and acting like it's onward Christian soldiers all over again. Onward Christian soldiers, and they're trying to get everybody to line up and go on to a holy war. And who is it focused on? It's focused on the enemy of the Hebrew state because they need the support and the money to make it work. And I'm not saying that they're right or wrong over there and what's going on. That's not my religion. Okay. My religion is spirituality. My religion is not a religion. I don't have a religion. I have a way. And that's the same way that the Buddha was teaching. It's the same way that Lao Tzu was teaching. Okay, it's the same way that Jesus was actually teaching. He called it the way. He didn't call it a religion. He didn't call it Christianity. He called it the way. Just like every other religion, spiritual practice on this earth, they called it a way. And it was a peaceful way, just like Taoism, just like Buddhism, just like all these other ways that are not a single male dominated monotheistic warlike society. Okay. And even the ones that are polytheistic, like the Greek and Romans, they were still masculine, male dominated because the male was the one god who was in charge. And that's what they try to do with the Viking religion, to show you that Odin is the one god who is in charge, and Odin is not that violent. But they want you to believe that side of things, that is the warlike portion of the Viking. No, they're just blindless, dumb oafs with a big axe, and they run around and they rape and pillage and do bad things and unalive people just because they can. That's the only part of the Viking way that they teach you. They don't teach you that they were actually very smart people, and they were actually people who traded with other countries, and they you would go and work with other countries and then gain power. Sometimes by threatening, not everybody, because you got to remember 14% of the population is evil. So how many of those kings were evil? If you guys just watch the stories they're teaching you about Ragnar, which is not 100% accurate, but it's pretty close, you see that some of those kings that were there were arrogant, egotistical, evil men who sought themselves power. That's the way all evil people are always. Narcissistic people always seek power. Okay? People who are in service to self seek power 100% of the time. It's just to what extent do they seek that power? Okay? How many minerals do they have? The more minerals they have, the more power they seek. The less minerals they have, the more they'll settle for one or two of you that they can brutalize and do things to and control and be mean to. Okay? So depending on how little they are, their reach is the same. So when you look at somebody and that person is in control of two or three people, little teeny baby, little evil, but they'll take what they can get. Okay, but they want the people that they're controlling to believe that they are bigger than Satan himself. Okay, and that's what they do, and they get into your mind and they make you believe that. That happens from the little teeniest evil all the way up to the heads of state, rich people who own corporations and think they own this earth. Okay. And science has actually proven that there's a portion in your brain and my brain that changes, right? So let's see. That's what they used to call Christians the way. Well, that's exactly what Jesus was teaching. It was called the way, and it wasn't a violent way. They changed it. When they changed it from being called the way was when Constantine changed it in 325, because then it was no longer the way to heaven. It was now Christianity. Now it was a religion, and the religion was a warlike religion from that point on. They weren't teaching a peaceful way after that. Ragnar was the man. Yeah, Ragnar was the man. It was, right? Crazy how our brains haven't changed whatsoever that we know of. They haven't, and they won't unless individuals change. Okay, because there's a reason for that. I wrote a book about it. It's right here. It's called The Reality About Reality: Returning to the Old Ways. Okay, by me, Leonard O'Neill. Okay, there's a reason that our brains haven't changed much because they're not allowing it. Okay, you can look at this, you can see this. It's not me making this up. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you how to find this answer. Okay, if you Google what the IQ test is based on, it's going to tell you that the intelligent quotient is based on a series of questions to determine how intelligent a person is. Okay, look up the original study, okay, by the scientist who invented that and see what the findings of that scientist was. Look that up. That's what you want to look up. Okay. Find the actual very first, who is the father of the IQ test, who invented the IQ test. Find that person's name and then say, what was his theory? And read the theory and the basis, the scientific research that became the IQ test. The IQ test is a series of questions that test your intelligent quotient, your intelligence, and to determine how intelligent you are. Okay. So the findings are the average person on the face of the earth is between 100 and 135 IQ. But what they don't tell you is what that actually means. Okay? Because they don't want you to know that. The questions that are set up on the standard IQ test are questions that if you have a classical upbringing with money to be able to actually go to colleges like the Ivy League colleges, you will understand those questions and you will actually test higher and get a higher score on that IQ test. And they've proven that by saying, look, the people in, like, say in the United States, in Compton, right, poor people who live in poor areas, they don't have any reference to these questions because the questions, they're not exposed to the terminology because they don't have that particular education. So somebody made up the same questions, but with references and wording that the poor people in that area would understand. And when they asked those kids those questions, those kids all of a sudden tested higher on IQs than they did on the other test. And to prove their point, when you ask the Ivy League kids the same questions that the kids in Compton got now, not the ones that were on the test from before, that meant the same thing, but now referenced in a way that the kids in Compton could understand, the kids in the Ivy League tested exactly the way the Compton kids did on the other test. Now, all of a sudden, their IQ is really low. So the IQ test right now is askew, and it's designed to make rich elite people with that educational level of the rich and the elite look smarter, to make you think that you're not very smart. IQ can be learned, and they know this. Okay? The IQ test, let's get back to what that means now. If you guys look up what that study was, the original study that the guy who invented the IQ test, and what the findings was in that study, you'll find that it says that the average person is between 100 and 135 in IQ, and that means their mental capabilities, their maturity level, is between the age of 14 and 17. Let me say that again. Your maturity level is between the age of 14 and 17 years of age. Doesn't matter what age your body is. You could be 110, but mentally you are between 14 and 18, 14 and 17. You're not even an adult thinking. But if your IQ is 135 or above, you're considered a genius. Now you're 18 years of age or higher mentally. So the reason that the human mind hasn't changed in 2,000 years is because they know about that, and they're purposefully keeping you, me, and everyone else in a lower vibration and keeping your education in a way that is going to only educate you to become between 14 and 18 or 14 and 17 years of age mentally your entire life. And you're unaware of it. You don't know about it because they tell you that if your physical body is over 18, you're an adult. Okay. And then that means you're older and wiser because you know things. But the things they're teaching you in school is how to be a good little Roman citizen. That's what they're teaching you in church, or how to be a good little worker bee and get a menial job unless you excel because you don't want one of those and you're paying attention and you go above and beyond and learn things to try and get a degree in something to make more money. And even then, they try to keep you down as much as they can. Why? How? Because if you want a degree in something, it's going to cost you $100,000 to $1,000,000. So now you need something to get paid. Thank you very much for that. Divine Within, thank you for that. You need money to get that education or you can't get one. Am I right? So then they go, well, we can give you a government loan. They do that in the United States. We'll give you a student loan, but you got to pay it back. So now you're indebted to them and you're indentured servitude to them because they're putting you through school and giving you a loan. Now you need to pay that loan back and you need to do it on time or they start taking your money from you, don't they? Okay, so now they're like, we'll make you a lawyer, but you're going to have to do some work and give us the stuff. We'll make you a doctor. And guess what? Then they put you in their system and you work for them, don't they? Do you see? They in some way grab control of you and keep you in a box. And then you owe $150,000, $200,000, $500,000 at interest. And how long does it take most people to pay off their student loan? Years and years and years and years. So now they're keeping you down. You're not succeeding. You're not able to expand. You have to have a miserable life. But if you have a really good job, then you get paid, a couple $1,000,000 a year. Then you're okay. Why? Because now they're going to indoctrinate you and move you into working for them. Okay. So if you have a job that is worth a lot of money, then they'll let you pay it off quicker, but it's still going to be higher. They charge you money to go to school. Okay. So it takes years to do that. And then you're just starving and you have to put in the time, but you can succeed. I'm not trying to tell you can't succeed, but on average, the majority of the people around the world don't go to college very long if they do at all. And they get a trade. And like over here in Australia, you become a tradie. In America, you become a tradie. They give you a trade job. You end up with a trade job. You end up with a fast food job, a retail job, or you end up in construction and maintenance or something like that. Because that's what they want you to do. And now, what can you do with that? Eventually, most of those jobs go away. If we build houses on all the land, we have to keep recycling that. So we have to change things. So we have to go from a house to a high-rise building to an apartment building. And eventually there's going to be apartment buildings everywhere. And then what? Well, they take care of that. It's real simple. Every 20 years or so, they send the world to war, bomb them all, blow them up. Guess what? Jobs for the workers. Got to rebuild the roads, got to rebuild the airports, got to rebuild the infrastructure, got to rebuild the railroads, got to rebuild all the houses. You guys got plenty of work until you retire. Do you see how that works? Do you see how that works? They employ you and they do that, and then they pay you decent money, not enough to get rich on, but enough to have kids, and then have your kids learn your trade. So they go right into the same job you were doing, right? And then guess what? 20 years later, they go to another war and bomb a place, and then you get to go and rebuild it again. America's famous for that. America loves that. Think about that, okay? It's a wicked system. Okay, enslaved to the system. Absolutely. So how do we change that? We don't do what I was showing you they were doing and lining up over here to be a Christian soldier. That's not the way. That's not the way that any ascended master on this earth that ever taught. Okay, the only ones who teach war are warlike societies and warlike people. And if somebody's teaching you that war is the answer, walk away from them as fast as you can. Run if you have to. Okay. It's scary because I don't want to bring a kid into the world. Nobody sees the big picture in my life. Well, that is unfortunate, right? It is unfortunate and it is almost kind of true. However, you have to realize this. Okay. Let me get away from that doom and gloom. Your focus determines your reality. They're aware of that. I just taught a course today. I just taught Defense Against the Dark Arts, second day of the course today. Okay. Defense Against the Dark Arts. It's off the list right here because we're done for the month on the Defense Against the Dark Arts. And I teach that. We teach that. My wife and I teach that. I just taught the second day today. Okay. And what do we teach you in there? We teach you in there that kind of stuff as well. Propaganda is part of the thing that we're teaching you to fight against. Okay, propaganda and that kind of control, mind control and programming is important to know about. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. If you don't know that it's a trap that's happening, then you can't do anything about it. Okay, they're not letting anyone know. This place is a matrix. It's not a computer program like the movie where you got a thing in the back of your head and you're in goo and the robots are taking your energy. That's just not the way it is. But it is a matrix. It's a matrix, and you could use that term, right? Because it is a matrix of sorts, and it's designed to give you what you want. You just don't know that. So if they can control what you want or what you think you want, you get what you think you want, which is what they want. This algorithm on this platform and every algorithm on every platform on the internet that has, you're swiping and swiping and swiping. When you hit like, it gives you more of that content. If you stay there and watch a video for more than, for more than 20 seconds, it considers that a like. If you finish the video, it does. So the more of that you do and the more like, and if you put comments in things, even if it's ha ha ha, you're going to get more of that content. The algorithm is paying attention to what you're doing. Okay. It's paying attention to everything you're doing. Every time you go on and download an app on your phone and agree to their terms of service, 99% of you never read those terms of service because they're like 30 pages long, sometimes 1,000 pages long. Nobody wants to read that. Why are they making it that long? Because they're making it confusing so that you don't see that what they're saying to you that you're agreeing to is that they're agreeing that they're going to keystroke you, record everything that you do, and sell that to companies and sell you as a product to other people who want to advertise to you. Okay. And if you don't believe that, everybody has a story where I was sitting here talking to my sister about lawnmowers and all of a sudden I got a commercial for lawnmowers on my phone. Why is that? Because they're listening to you. And if you don't believe that, you can ask whatever you have in your house if it's listening to you. And they'll tell you that they are because they're waiting for prompts. Okay. Hey Google, what time is it? Okay, I don't know if you heard that, but the Google Nest over here just told me the time. That means it's passively listening. That means it's actually listening to everything I say, but it only responds to me when I say a command that prompts it to respond to me. Okay, my phone is too. Your phone, my phone, all the apps are paying attention to everything we do, and they're selling that to people. Okay, you need to be aware of that. So the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. Okay, that they want to be brainwashed by. Well, that's you probably said something just before that, and I didn't see that, right? Yeah, right. So you have to realize, what about privacy? Preach. Yeah, well, unfortunately, like during COVID, there was a lot of discussion. I'm from the United States and I was over there at the time. I'm in New South Wales, Australia right now, and I hope to stay in this country as long as I can. I like this country. I love America too, don't get me wrong. But my wife is over here and I love my wife, so I'm going to stay in Australia. However, okay, during COVID, there was questions that were asked because of all these devices that are passively listening, because people in these companies were starting to realize that these apps were recording abuses and bad things. Okay. And they were saying, what can we do about that? So some people went and checked with lawyers and checked with the courts and ended up at the Supreme Court of the United States. And the Supreme Court said, you can't do anything about that because it's not legal to be listening in. Even though they said that you have permission to listen in, that's not giving you permission to use whatever you hear against those people, even if it's a crime. The only way that you can do that is that you have to get a court order to listen in with the intent of possibly getting information on somebody for a crime. Okay. So that's called a visor warrant in the United States. Okay. So they're listening in and they can't do anything about the atrocities that they were hearing. People sexually abusing people, physically abusing people, and the like, that these devices are picking up. So that said, that means somebody is listening to what's going on these devices. going through it. Because otherwise, if it was just passively listening and not being recorded in any way, no one would have noticed that that was there unless somebody tuned into somebody's house to listen. So either way, the fact that they came up with that kind of information and knew that that was going on in more than one house meant that some human was listening to either a recording or live listening into people's conversations illegally, listening to what was going on in someone's house. Either way, a human was listening to conversations from these devices that is being passively either recorded or broadcast to them for them to be able to listen to. Do you understand that? So the fact that somebody said, hey, this is going on and we want to find out what the legal ramifications are, should we be informing it to the police? No, that's illegal spying. You can't do that. People have a right to privacy. Okay, but that came out and I know it because I heard it. So that came out to the public, which suggests someone somewhere was monitoring. Okay? Right? Love Australia, lived here all my life. I love Australia. It's a beautiful place. Spiritually stellar. And I was from California and lived in Arizona. I lived in Arizona, which is part of the Four Corners. Sedona, Arizona, one of the most spiritual places on earth is that area around Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Utah, right? That whole area there and in the south of the United States where the natives live. I had to go across two different native reservations to get to my house in Arizona where I lived, right? I lived on what used to be Apache land. I lived in a place called Queen Creek. It was just south, and that was a creek that ran through the Apache Nation, and just north of me was Apache Junction, and the city was named that because it was actually called that back in the day, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, and now it's a city that's there. It's called Apache Junction, okay, because the Apache Indians used to own all that land that I was on. So from my house where I lived in Queen Creek to get to Phoenix, Arizona, I had to go across the Indian reservation to get there, right? Yeah, so it's what they're saying, Emma, is that they're not recording it, but they must be because they are. Because what they're doing is listening to us, monitoring what we search for and what we talk about, and then they're selling that information, pertinent information, to corporations to target us for advertising. Okay, so when you go on to these search engines and you search something, you end up with commercials on apps for that thing. Okay. Like I have Duolingo, the app for language. I don't pay for it. I can do it. You can do it for free. I don't pay for it. So I have to watch commercials. Okay. In between doing sessions of language. Right. I went on to my PayPal app and was sending money to my wife through PayPal. And then a half hour later got on to Duolingo and saw commercials for PayPal. Coincidence or not? Okay. I also went on my app. I'm over here in Australia, so I went on my app for Westpac Bank. And I was on the Westpac Bank app looking at money and stuff. Okay. Got off that app the next day, was doing Duolingo, and guess what commercial I got on my app? Westpac Bank commercial on Duolingo. That means that somebody from either the apps that I was on or my phone and the company that I pay took that information and sold it to somebody to use to target me for advertising. And the Duolingo app, the company that owns it, bought that information and targeted me with commercials for apps that I already had on my phone. Okay. So this is what's going on that you guys don't realize, right? Bro, this ain't even news at this point, right? So, I mean, if you're okay with it, bro, you don't even know what I'm talking about. You just popped in and heard this, right? Do you understand why they're doing this stuff to you? Okay. This is what we were talking about before, bro. You got here late, right? Getting here late and dropping eaves after you pop in late and not understanding the conversation is always why conversations end up like this with people, right? because you just got here and you're like, dude, this is not even like brand new news, man. We've been knowing about this since forever. Have you? Because if you have, apparently you're okay with it, first of all. Secondly, do you realize why they're doing this? I bet you don't. Okay. You don't care probably because you're programmed not to, right? The reason they're doing all of this is because you're a product. You're a product and they're doing all of this. Why are they doing all of this? Because they know that your focus determines your reality. That's why they have these apps. Your focus determines your reality. So as long as they can keep your focus on their wealth, then you're focusing on their products. You're focusing on what they want. Okay. So by doing that, you're not leaving this place. You're stuck here. By doing that, you're not focusing on what you're supposed to, and that's looking within yourself and expanding your consciousness by any one of those ways that used to be a way that is now a religion, that used to be the way, and all of them were the exact same way, by the way, because I'm a theologian and I study that. All religions originally were talking about a way to ascend to heaven, to a whatever you want to call that place, Elysium, paradise, whatever you want to call it. A spiritual way of looking within yourself if you're done being a third dimensional being and you're trying to figure out how to get out of here. Okay. Right. Awake too long by the sound of it. Right. So, well, I'm completely unveiled in this life. I'm here to actually show you this stuff. I came in this life, in this body, to tell you guys how to get out of here. Whether you want to pick up the keys or not doesn't matter, right? So that's why Theo Rum over here is going, nah, fam, right? So Theo, here's your example, guys. This is what you become. 3D, bang, right there. 3D. That person doesn't even know they're asleep. Doesn't even care because they're about money, fame, power, and glory. Clickbait, likes. They probably want to be somebody who makes money advertising something. Okay. Otherwise they wouldn't be. No, and that person probably thinks I'm crazy. Okay. And it's okay if you do, bro. I'm not going to get upset with you. I'm not going to call you names, right? I'm just saying that you probably think I'm crazy. I don't know why you're staying. I love that you're staying. It means you're curious. It means you think for yourself. So I like that, right? So you have to realize, okay, the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. So you have to realize that they know that your focus determines your reality. They also know that the collective consciousness of the people on the earth create the reality on earth, because I know it. And if I know it, bad guys know it. So if they can keep your focus on what they want, you will give them what they want, because they're using you as the matrix. They're turning you into an algorithm, and they're using you like an algorithm. Okay. Kundalini, yes. Is that what you're saying? Kundalini? Yes. I mean, you are right. I never said you were wrong. Thank you, brother. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm not trying to get into an argument with you. I'm trying to get you to think. So if you're already thinking this, then I'm glad. That's why I'm glad you're still here. Okay. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not trying to sell you a religion, although I am a minister, but I'm a minister of spirituality. I'm trying to get you to remember that Kundalini is good. It's a good start because that's a way. That's a way to get out of this place, right? He get a few years on you, fam. Yeah, if you know already, you'd listen. Never hurts to hear another opinion, right? Yeah, no, right. So I came here to help you with this. It's here. I'm not making something up. I'm not inventing a new way. The way is the same way that Jesus was teaching. It's the same way the Buddha was teaching. It's the same way the Lao Tzu was teaching the Tao Te Chi. It's the same way that Thor was teaching you the way to heaven in the Viking religion. It's the same way that Shiva and Ganesh were teaching in that religion. It's the same thing that Osiris was doing in the Egyptian religion. Okay, but they ended up turning that spiritual way to get out of here into a religion, and then they add all these semantical things. don't cut your hair, don't get tattoos, and don't eat pork, and don't say my name, and don't draw a picture of me, and things like that. Otherwise, when women walk behind me and put on some sort of mask and a face and bang your feet and your toes so your feet are tiny and you walk wearing the geisha, they do that so that the women are put into the end, to the away from back, and femininity is get out of here with femininity, get out of here with that, because what is that? Femininity is the love frequency, it is the nurturing, caring frequency, it's your upper chakras, it is the feminine balance, it is the spiritual to the physical plane, and they can't have you thinking about that, right? Right? Yeah, never was religious. Well, again, here, let me quote my book, right? The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. First quote you're going to find in this book that you're going to like, okay, is religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it. I almost put that shirt on today. I have a shirt that actually says that on it, okay? Literally in the back of it says the reality about reality, returning to the old ways, okay? So you have to realize that the way out of here is what you're supposed to be focusing on, but they're doing everything they can do to get you to focus on anything but that. They don't care what. They don't care what you focus on as long as it's not that. Okay? They want you, they don't care if you hate everybody. They don't care if you want to unalive everybody that's a different color than you, a different creed than you, a different race than you, a different sex than you. They don't care. They encourage that. Violence for violence sake is what they want out of you. And if not, focusing on 3D and trying to make money and get money, power, fame, and glory and control is the next thing. If they can entice you with that and have you chase the carrot that they'll give you, then that's what they'll do. Yes. See, I knew you were more awake than that. You were just looking at me like he's an old white dude, and you might have had some of that programming. But yes, I can't even say that words that you just put there. That farm, the one before that. If I say that on this communist platform, they'll get mad at me for saying it, and I'll get in trouble. I can't even say that word. Okay. Think about that. There's words. Words are what we're supposed to be afraid of now. Why? Because they want any words, and the next things will be religious ones. Okay. My wife tries to type into this chat right here, follow us, and hit like, and tries to put that and pin that. And this algorithm won't let her do it, and she has to type that in code. She's not right here right now, or she'd be doing it. Ask Peter, Pete Star TV right there that's in the audience. He'll tell you the same thing. Okay. So they literally are doing that, right? There's a movie, if you guys don't know about that, there's a movie that, it's called, I think it's Jupiter Ascending or Mercury Ascending, with Mila Kunis and Tatum Channing. That's actually about that. Okay, that's actually a pretty Jupiter Ascending, right? Thank you. That's actually about that. You guys should take a look at that. Yeah, great movie, right? Channing Tatum. I said it backwards, didn't I? I do that because there was a Tatum Channing when I was a kid. So Channing Tatum. Literally weird that there was a Tatum Channing. There was a girl back in the 60s and 70s that was an actor. When I was a little kid, there was this girl named Tatum Channing, and now you have Channing Tatum. What are the odds of that? Well, that's just like, okay, my name is Leonard Edward O'Neill. There's an actor who's actually related to me, like second or third cousin. His name is Ed O'Neill, Edward Leonard O'Neill, right? Because we're actually from the same clan, same family, same Irish family, right? So we're actually related somewhere along the line, because he wouldn't have all those names. He wouldn't have the Edward and the Leonard name in his name if he wasn't. So somewhere along the line, we're related. You know what I mean? So if you Google me, you get pictures of him and me on there, because I guess we're the two most popular people that have the name Edward, Leonard, and O'Neill, Leonard and Edward O'Neill, right? So because of that, right? Yes, it is, Bill. The new Earth is close, because it's not going to be a destruction. In the way things used to work is that there would be a calamity that would destroy the population of a planet to get them to move to the next level. We're not doing that here. We're actually just sliding everybody in. We're sliding into the DMs. We're sliding everybody into 4D and just upgrading societal structure so we don't have to have that cataclysm. The bad guys want it because they want everybody to recycle and have to start over so they can keep it status quo. That's what they've been doing. So we're not allowing that. We're just sliding everybody into 4D, just upgrading everybody. So what most people don't know is that in this timeline currently, the 2000 year anniversary of the unaliving of Jesus and the resurrection is right now 1 year away, but it seems to be changing with the timeline a bit, and everybody thinks it's going to be in the year 33. Well, that can happen, and it looks like it's going to change to that. So by the time we get to 2027, it'll be in 2029 and closer to that. So eventually the 2000 year anniversary of that event is going to be in the year 2033, it looks like, because right now it's supposed to be in April of 2027. Right. So but the scholars, weirdly, the timelines keep shifting and that keeps moving. So literally this time last year, when you looked up online when Jesus was born, it said 7 BC. So that would mean that he died at the year 33, 8 years of age. So that means 33 years, right? So seven years to 0, and then his year 8 would be year 1. Okay. So then that changed, and all of a sudden it went from 7 to 4. Okay. So right now it's currently that Jesus was born in 4 BC, which means that if he was 33 years of age when he resurrected, right, then that would be in the year 2027. It would have been in the year 27. So in the year 27, Jesus would have been 33 years of age, because 3 and 4 is 7, right? Do you understand that? Go ahead with your question. Is everyone going to wake up, Bill? Not everybody. Those who are ready will, but there's going to be a good majority of people. It's going to be more than 50% of the people will wake up, but it's still, it's still going to be some issues, because some people are just here, and they're not ready to wake up. But most people are going to be woken up. So it's not going to be a destruction. We're going to change the face of the earth, because our focus determines our reality. And when enough people wake up, then they'll know what I know, and then our focus won't be on them the way they have us right now. Right now, they have the entire population focusing on making them money. Okay. So, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I know almost everything there is to know about what's going on. I just can't say their names too readily on a platform like this, or on any platform. I could do it. Like, this is why we're putting together some Zoom calls for coalitions, and we're putting a call out to people who are awake, who might be in coalitions, so that we can have conversations, because we already communicate with some coalitions, but we're trying to find out which ones are operating and who knows that they are, who's awake, right? Yeah, right? No, agreed, Don Q. Agreed. Okay. So there's reasons that we can't talk about certain names. In this book, I call them the controllers. The controllers. Okay. I say that in there because if I say any names of agencies, or call them anything like the Illuminati or anything like that, or the Anunnaki, you put those in there, and the publisher would be throwing that out. They wouldn't want it published. So I call them the controllers, and nobody seems to mind, right? Yeah, right. Exactly. So when I read the chat, I have learned not to read some words that are edited on this communist platform, right? Or any platform for that matter, because of the powers that should not be, right? So I just talk the way I'm talking and give you the information that I can. And on platforms that when I'm live or anything like that, or a video, it has to all be done in code, right? So that the algorithm doesn't jump on it right away, and you get in trouble, and then they try to ban you or whatever. So that's why we talk off these live platforms, so that we can have more adult conversations. Do you see? So that's one of the reasons why I teach classes. I teach the courses of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, because of that. Divine, thank you for that. Divine Within. Oh, did I already tell you? Thank you. I did when you did that earlier. Okay. So make sure that you guys smash those hearts for me so we can get some more people in here. Share this out so we can get some more people in here. Make sure you follow Merlin and Maeve as well. right? Follow us because this is where I go live now. I'm also, Leonard O'Neill. You can see me. You can find me I'm on TikTok, but we started moving me going live over here to Merlin and Maeve because this is my wife and I's company. So we decided to start, because we're selling we make these right here. We made all of these. We make bracelets, we make earrings, we make necklaces, pendants, anklets. We sell that stuff, and then we teach spirituality. We're mediums, we're life coaches, we're Reiki master teachers. You can see on the screen that we're teaching. We have classes coming up. I just taught a class today, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Before I was live, I was teaching a class, and then after that was over, I had lunch and went live. Right. So we have more Defense Against the Dark Arts classes right here on the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 8th, and 9th of March. So you can see that. Right. And the price for that is 88 Australian dollars. If you're in America or on the pound sterling or on the euro, that $88 is currently about 63 to 64 of your guys' money. So you guys get more than another $20 off of that for living where you do with stronger money, right? Because I'm in Australia. And then if you want to become a healer, we're actually teaching Reiki, right? Because I'm a Reiki master and so is my wife. We're actually teaching, if you want to go down the path of spirituality and unlock, I have a thing, but we don't have it up here because we teach all of the psychic abilities too, right? So I had that up because I put up the second part of this, the bottom part of this right here for the Reiki courses, because we have Reiki courses coming up this month and next month. I only have the ones for this month listed here, but Reiki 1, 2-day Zoom classes, 24th and 25th, 26th and 27th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. These are all Sydney times, New South Wales, Sydney times. We're GMT plus 11 right now until the time changes start working around the world for those people who do that. Okay. So if you guys are interested in that, email us. You can see the email that's on the screen, merlinandmaeve@gmail.com, right? Email us about that if you guys are interested in that. Okay. So literally, this is literally what we're trying to teach you guys, is to wake things up, wake you up, wake enough people up so that we can change the face of the earth. I'm not the only one that's doing this. This isn't information that I made up, okay, at all. This is information that everyone around the world, as you ascend and become smarter and your IQ goes up because you raise your vibration, if you're in service to others, you will get a download package from the universe itself. And that is, you become smarter and wiser and you start actually getting this information. So the information that I'm telling you, the information that every single ascended master in every single way to get to heaven that is now a religion on this earth was telling you, it's the same thing. It's universal knowledge, right? 2026. I know that keeps changing. Peter, that's the weird thing, is that last year at this time it was 2026. It was Easter of 2026. Then May of last year it was Easter of 2027. And Brooke and I just looked it up like 3 days ago, and it's now 2029. Right, so it keeps changing. When the timeline shifts change, when the timelines merge, it's coming out, and I'm believing that it's going to eventually be 2033. Okay. Because the way the timelines keep shifting, it's going to eventually have that Jesus was born in the year 1 AD. And if that's the case, then that will be his 0 year, and he'll be 1 at 1 AD, right? Can you tell us some mistakes that you could help us avoid making, roughly just some knowledge? It depends on what you're talking about. The best thing you can do is question everything. We're going to make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. We're all going to make mistakes. Okay. We all make mistakes because that's just the way we are. We're not designed to be perfect. Okay. We're not designed to be perfect. So we're all going to make mistakes. What you have to do is question everything. So the first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. That's the beginning. Okay. The beginning is realizing that this is what they're doing, all the stuff that I said. Look around and realize that they're gaslighting us, that they're monitoring us so that they can use us as a product. So they're using us as an algorithm to make them richer by keeping our focus individually away from the spiritual way of ascension. They're keeping us in a third dimensional construct, a third dimensional illusion, and then they're just selling us products. And then they're making us a product to make more money off of. And that's what they do. And then all of that money funnels up to them. Okay. So if you want to change things, and then Pure One comes in and just false, right? Thanks for that, buddy. And stay for a minute. Maybe you'll learn something. Otherwise, swipe up and go somewhere else, right? So they're doing that. And if you read when you get on an app and it says you agree to the terms of service and you read all those terms of service, you're going to end up realizing that that's what they're doing. They're saying, we get this access to these things and we can do whatever we want with them. Okay. And most of those things are what you do, what you like, what you say, and what you look at. And they take that information and they sell it to people who are going to target you for money. Okay. So then you get commercials and then you end up buying things because they're putting products in front of your face and telling you to buy them. All right. That's the way it works. That's the way advertising works. Look it up. It has nothing to do with Pure One over here going false. Come on, bro. Look it up. Have an education. If you think that what I'm saying is a lie, I'll tell you the same thing I tell everybody on my podcast, and I've told everybody forever. If you think that I'm if you think that I'm not telling the truth, and I don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. Go down go down that rabbit hole for yourself, because eventually you'll be me, right? My energy is pale. Oh, I love you. I love you. My energy is pale. So you're a guru, right? How long have you been on this earth? You're a guru, and my energy is pale. I love you. I love you so much. You're fun. Keep going, buddy. Tell me some more good stuff. You're probably sitting in your mom's basement. You have nothing to do, and this is your life. Your life is disrupting people while they're alive. Okay, so let's continue, right? We make blue. Can I meet you? If you want to meet me in person, you can do that. I don't know where you are in the world. I'm in New South Wales, Australia. You can meet me if you want, right? I'm not afraid of people. I will be live if you're in New South Wales, Australia. You're in Japan. I will be in New South Wales, Australia, in the city of Gosford on this Sunday, 2 days from now, and I will be probably going live on here on TikTok, talking in front of an audience over there and talking to the people over there. Okay. So Pure One must be selling something, right? 95 minerals that we need. We need a whole bunch of minerals, my friend. We need more than 95, right? So it depends on what you're talking about. Okay, so where's Maeve? Maeve is actually at work right now, right? She'll be off work at what time is it here right now? It's 1:45 in Australia right now. We're in New South Wales. At 3:30, she'll be off work and she'll be here. Shortly after that, she's got to go and pick up the kids and I think pick up something for dinner and then come here. So probably around 4:30, 4:45, my time, she'll be home. Right. So, do you charge to meet? No, only if we're working together, right? So if you were like meeting me at the fair, you wouldn't have to pay anything. You could just ask me questions. That's why, you're here now. You want to know answers, ask questions. But if I'm going to be training you in some way, then yes, I have to eat just like you have to eat and like everybody else has to eat, and I'm teaching you something. So therefore, yes, I have to charge you, right? So right now you can ask me whatever you want and I won't charge you anything. That's what I'm here to do, right? See, 101 minerals known of, right? See, the other guy was saying 95. The fact that you're focusing on that stuff is good, but also bad because you're focusing. What happens is they get you guys to focus on semantics. That's what they do with the religions. Okay, so Christianity, let's say that one for instance, was called the way originally, and it was a way to ascend to heaven, a way of life. That if you live this certain way, you can go to heaven. Then Constantine got a hold of it in the year 325 and had two councils of Nicaea and rearranged things. And then 50 years later, it was another council and they rearranged things. And now Jesus is God, not a prophet, not the Son of God, not the Son of Man, but is God now. And he said, wait here and I'll come back for you. So they're teaching you to sit down, wait here, and wait for God, and God will come and get you. Okay, that's not what he said. He didn't say any of those things, right? Is there going to be a World War III? They would like one, Bill. They would like one. The powers that should not be, the ones that I call the controllers in this book right here. Okay, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill. Okay, the people, the powers that should not be, they would love nothing more than to get a third world war going so they could unalive a quarter to a half of the population. Okay. Yes, this is my book. I wrote this book. That is me. The reality, that is me. Leonard O'Neill is my name, okay, with two L's. and that is my book. You can get this anywhere online. The Reality About Reality: Returning to the Old Ways. You can get that online. You can get it on ebook, Kindle in some places. Weirdly, it was supposed to be on Kindle in the United States, and it ended up over here, right? So yeah, AKA, right? So literally, you have to realize that's what they want. They would love for a holy war. They would love for a civil unrest in every country. They would love you guys to hate each other over religion, over color, creed, anything, because they want that. Why do they want that? Because they need your focus. Their focus creates money. War creates money. War machines create money. People becoming unalived creates more money. Why? Because then you have to do something with the bodies, and you have to bury them, and you have to have funerals and parties and all of this stuff, and they make more money. Then the war machine itself takes a lot, because you're blowing things up and destroying them. And then after that's all done and you've lowered the population, now you have to rebuild. So now you get to pay people to go and take all the debris and get rid of the debris and recycle the debris and get new stuff. That means you got to knock down trees, and you got to break rocks, and you got to make cement, and you got to make asphalt, and everybody's got to repave the streets and redo the buildings, and everybody has all kinds of money. And the same people who created the destruction, paid for the destruction, are now getting paid to have you build their buildings back that they're going to own, and that they're going to turn around and rent to you. Okay? Think about that. War means profit. Absolutely. Okay? Absolutely. 100%. All right? All money filters uphill. Okay? They have you believing that your money is real and it's fake. They just print it willy-nilly in most countries. It's not based on anything other than a central banking system that has nothing in it. And they just print your money and they just hand it to you. Okay, and then they have to recycle. They got to pull the old money away, and they got to burn it or destroy it so that they keep it as a commodity. They have to have a certain amount of money on the market to keep the money at a stable position, just like you do a stock market for any corporation. Supply and demand. Look this up. I wrote a book about it. All right, wrote a book about it called that was my new book called How to Get Out of Debt: Surviving the 21st Century, or Surviving in the 20th century. 21st century, 20th century. You can look it up. And in that, people don't want to know about it because they don't want to read about it, because you know why? I say you need to get off your butt, stop doing what you're doing to make changes in your life. Okay? You can have a lot of money. If you're anywhere in Europe, you're not poor, you're just European poor. I tell people in America, you're not poor, you're America poor. Okay? Because what they do is they just put the prices up here, and they give you jobs that make you just barely get by. Doesn't matter where you go, you're going to find that the cost of living is the same everywhere, and the cost goes up and down exactly the same worldwide. Okay, world economics. There's a man, Henry Ford, back in like 1930, like almost 100 years ago now. He said that if the population of the earth understood global and world economics, there would be a revolution today. Think about that. He said that over 100 years ago, almost 100 years ago. Okay. So they would love to unalive us, right? Yeah, war means profit. It is scary, right? I believe, would you say here, you said, I believe something spiritual has come between me and my wife. Can you tell me how to reverse that? Well, you both have to be you guys both have to be in it to win it, okay? If there is something spiritual that has come between you guys, that means that your spirituality is probably different. You guys probably believe in different religions, or one of you is spiritual and the other one is not. Okay. You have to realize you have to get away from the semantics of religion. So I don't know if you guys are just different religions. Let me know the answer to that. If you guys are different religions, you guys have to realize the semantical problems with religion is false, and that all religions are actually the same. It just depends on what the religion is, whether it's more warlike or not than the other religion that if you guys are separated by religion. You have to get away from the semanticals of religion and get back to, and that's why I called this book the Returning to the Old Ways. That's why I put that part in there as the subtitle, Returning to the Old Ways, because in the old ways, they weren't religions, they were spiritual ways, spiritual practices, and all of them are the same. Okay. All of them are the same. They're all the same spiritual way to get out of here. So right now we're divided by 10,000 different styles of Christianity, and thousands of different styles of the Hebrew religion, and every single religion has many different ways that different people like, and they started their own form of that. And because of that, they're all going to war with each other over now. Look at the big three. Let's just look at the Hebrew religion, the Muslim religion, and the Christian religion. They've been going to war with each other for 1,000 years, almost 2,000 years, because there is only one God, and insert a name that we have to unalive each other over is his prophet. Okay? And that's what they're doing. Why? Because they want it to be that way, right? Did they insert hell into religion yes, they did, Bill. They created there's a proverbial, okay? And they're trying to say you that it's a real location. Okay? The war in heaven that they keep trying to tell you about on the fall of the falling angels is just not true, right? That was a metaphor. It was an allegory, and it was just a metaphor for the dichotomy that's going on between all of us. There are two kinds of souls: those who are in service to self and those who are in service to others, and you have free will to be either one of those. Okay, you have those archetypes within you, working within you every single day. You have your ego, and that's the devil on your left shoulder, and you have your conscience, and that's the angel on your right shoulder. Okay, you hear those voices in your head. The ego says you're the greatest in the world. The ego says do that, take that, steal that, who cares? Your ego says do whatever you want, do what thou wilt. Your conscience says do what thou wilt, but harm none. Your conscience says don't do that. You wouldn't want somebody to harm you that way. Don't steal that, don't lie, don't do those things. This one is your conscience. That's why it's called that. Okay. So whichever of those two voices you listen to in your head, you become. So if you ignore the conscience and do whatever you want, and you're the ego and you want power, money, fame, glory, and control, you will become more egoic, and the conscience will then not be as bright or as loud for you to hear because you ignore it. And the ego will be louder, and the ego will either tell you you're the greatest in the world or tell you that you're the worst in the world, and make you jealous and all of those things. It's positive or negative, but we need that ego and we need the conscience to survive, to move forward. Okay, that's what drives us to move forward for change. Both of those things, but whichever one that you listen to is the direction that you're going to go. Okay, so what they did for control mechanism, the religions, they don't want you to be doing things that are wrong. So they told you, because the big three religions are based on guilt. Okay, look at the Hebrew religion. Guilt, 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 guilt. You're a sinner. Sin. Bad. Women. Bad. Ate the fruit. Bad. Women, get out. Women, no, women, shut up. Sit down. Sit in the back. Barefoot. Cook food. Shut up. No education. You don't get to do anything. Control, 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 control. Men, violent, aggressive, warlike. So for the churches to get you to listen to them, they had to tell you there was a boogeyman. Okay, if you don't do what we tell you to do, you're going to go to hell for all eternity. So they create this place and they tell you that it is a thing, and it's a place, and it's on fire, and you're going to burn there forever, and you're going to be judged because you didn't obey God. You have to worship and obey God. Anybody that tells you have to worship and obey, that's military. That's third dimensional construct, militant. You have to obey. You have to obey God. You have to worship God. You have to do what God says, and God wills it. That's violence. That's arrogance. That's third dimensional construct. Okay, so then you need to do what we tell you to do, and if you don't, you're going to hell. And I'm the one who's going to tell you where you're going to go. And that's a control mechanism to keep you in their control. And they use words like, do you understand me? Do you stand under me? Do you submit to me as your authority figure? Words that they're programming to us. Okay, those are all aggressive things. I don't stand under anyone. I may understand what you say or comprehend it, but I don't stand under you. Do you see? But they teach you these words that are maritime law, that are that are words that you don't realize are designed, citizen, for instance, that you don't realize that are designed to say that you're a slave and that you are beneath this caste system where one person's in charge and everybody else is at a different table. And you are at the kitty baby table way down here. Okay. And that's where I am. And that's where everybody is, because we're not the authorities. We're not the governments. We're not the families who think they own this place. Okay. So they inserted that so that they could point at you and say, do what I tell you to do, or you're going to this bad place. And then they can tell you to do anything. You see this playing out in some movies, and you also see it playing out in some movies that are based on history. Okay, you have to realize that there are countries today. You can look this up, guys. There are countries today who the citizens of the country believe that the person who is in charge of their country is a god. There are still, to this day, countries who believe that. Look up North Korea. There are still countries alive today and people alive today that believe they have a god ruling them. Okay? So you have to realize that that's a control mechanism that they're doing. Okay? They're doing that on purpose. Right? And Jess says lots of, because you guys are saying, what do you mean? Lots of stuff, mate, lots of heads in the sand. It all comes back to coming home to ourselves, right? So that's true. So many people, that's because so many people are veiled that they don't realize that. They need that literally, I agree with you, right? People are so veiled and locked into third dimension that their focus is being askewed. They know that your focus determines your reality. So if they don't let you see that you're supposed to be looking within, you're not going to do it. If you don't know that that's what you're supposed to do, you're not going to do it, because no one's ever told you that's what you're supposed to do. Do you see? So if you don't know it and they're not telling you, you're not going to do it. So why did they insert that? They inserted that for control. Okay, they inserted it for control, and they need us, right? Yes, we need to understand. Yes, Jess, not stand under, man. We don't understand anybody. We understand. It's internal. I get it, right? I don't even say I get it, because that's another military term. Do you get me? That means, do you understand me? It means submit, right? I understand or I comprehend, but I don't submit to your will, right? That's what we need to do. We need to get people to start thinking for themselves so they can look within themselves, because everything you need to get out of here is in you. It's in this heart and in this head. It's right here. Okay. And everybody in this world who came here in every part of the world in the past told you that. And then they turned it into a religion, and then men got a hold of it and said, well, let's take this piece out and change that and put this there, and bang, control. Now we got them. And don't let them see. They got to gaslight you and mind wipe you. Don't let you see what's right in front of your face. That's why I wrote this book. Okay? The reality about reality, returning to the old ways. Okay? By me, Leonard O'Neill. Okay? That's why we teach the defense against the dark arts. Okay? We teach how to identify this stuff and stop it from happening. It's actually common sense, but it's only common if everybody has it. I want everybody in the world to have it. I think everybody in the world should have it. Okay? We're looking like we're crazy, but we understand that we must unlearn most of what we learned. That or thought. That's actually a line from a movie that came out back in the 1980s. I think it was the 80s. It might have been the early 90s. The movie Willow. Okay, Ron Howard directed a movie called Willow, which was an action adventure period piece from back in the day. But one of the things, and I think it was in there, you have to unlearn everything that you have learned. Okay, because everything that you've learned is wrong. I think that was one of the things that the wizard said to Willow. You have to unlearn what you have learned to really understand. Yeah, no, that's a crazy quote. I made a reel. If you look at my reels, it's probably down about 3 years ago, though. But if you look at, I don't know if it's on TikTok. It might not be on TikTok. But if you go to Instagram or Facebook and scroll down, there's actually one that shows different quotes by Yoda and this little wizard guy from, so that was in the 70s and 80s for Yoda that said that. And then in the 80s going into the 90s, here's this little wizard that's supposed to be a little person, right? And so they're dwarf size. And he says you have to unlearn what you've learned. And that was the commercial. If you look up Willow, I think in the trailer for it, that was what it said, like on the posters, you have to unlearn what you have learned, because that's what they were kind of showing you. The movie was about that. The movie was about waking up and realizing that stuff, right? My name on Facebook is Leonard O'Neill. This is me right here. Okay. Leonard O'Neill with two L's, O''Neill. I'm also here on TikTok under that name. Okay. But I'm on my company name right now, which is Merlin and Maeve. That's my wife and I's company, where we sell these products that we make, and Reiki. We're Reiki practitioners, and we teach you guys spirituality. We're life coaches, spiritual life coaches. We're mediums, and we teach every psychic ability. I just don't have the sign up right now. I had it up yesterday. That shows that we teach every psychic ability. That's what we're trying to wake up the world and help you guys to start thinking for yourself. There she is now, Brooke O'Neill, that just popped into the chat and said, "Hi, baby, I love you." That's my wife. Okay, so literally, and we're actually, if any of you guys are interested, if you guys are awake and know that you're not from this place and that you are inside this avatar, and you know you're from somewhere else, or you think you are, we're actually putting together Zoom calls to have these conversations, not on platforms like this where they're going to, do something wrong to us, right? There goes Brooke. Perfect timing. Her and I thinking exactly alike. If you know that you're not from here and you want to chat, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. We're setting up Zoom calls to actually talk to people, because we want to make sure that everybody's working together, and that you probably belong to a coalition. If you do, we definitely want to talk to you. We are the Orion Coalition of Light. We are attached to the Orion Council of Light, which is attached to the Galactic Council. So if you're part of the Galactic Council and you're part of a coalition down here on Earth that is attached to a coalition up there, or a council, we want to network with you. And we're trying to do that with everybody on the world, so that we can all have adult conversations and make sure that we're aware of what's happening around the world in all these different countries, so that we can wake people up on all these platforms and get this information out to the whole world. Okay. So yeah, there's where my wife has to put code, because she can't type those actual words in English and put them on the screen without those spaces in between them, because guess what? The algorithm of this communist algorithm that we're on doesn't allow her to do that. Okay. So you guys got to look at that stuff. Right? That's crazy but that's what they do, right? That's what we have to look after. Okay. So if you guys are aware of that stuff, let us know. All right, email us, and we're putting together Zoom calls, so they won't be recorded. We're not doing that, okay? But we do want to talk to people from other groups, because there's a Galactic Council, and that's a large council that has contingencies from many different councils, from many different groups. But some of you came here independently. Some of you came here in smaller groups, and you might not actually be on one of the big councils, or the big council, or a council yourself. That's okay. We're all right with that, because there are more people here now than ever before, right? That have done that. So yeah, ask your spiritual questions, please. You can see that up here, and that's what I'm here to help you guys with, right? Yes, please, Jess. Send us an email then, and we'll definitely have conversations, so that we can just specifically, we need you guys out there that may not be part of a coalition to realize you're not alone, okay? And that there is other people that are not from this world who are here now, okay? And we used to not be able to tell you this. There was a time not too long ago, a couple years ago, I wouldn't be able to say these things. But now the collective consciousness of the people of this earth is expanded enough to where I could say this on any platform. It wasn't this way 5 years ago. Definitely not any time before that. If I would have said this in public right? People would go, what the, ha ha ha, you're one of those kooky guys who believes in little green men, aren't you? Right? That's the way they were. Now, I can actually say this and not be afraid of it, right? Before they used to hunt us. In this life and in many lives before this, they used to hunt us if we started saying, I'm not from here. They would go, that man's crazy. But if I said, I'm from the 11th dimension and my name is Kelto, and I am here to tell you that you are free from the time that you were born, and I am here to tell you that there is a way to get out of here, that they're hiding right in front of your face. This would have not been tolerated 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago. They can't do anything to stop us anymore because the collective consciousness of this planet says that it's okay for me to say that. Okay? They would say, blasphemy, right? Blasphemy, God wills it. Yeah. And then string him up the way they did to that guy, Jesus. Okay? Because you can't be saying that, right? I think it definitely been waiting to learn more about the council. Yes. Okay. I rotate in on that council, by the way. So does my wife. Okay. But you guys, if you ever see the council, you know that you can't see their faces, and sometimes you can't hear their voices clearly because we're not, you're not supposed to know who's where and what. No one's supposed to be in charge. Therefore, nobody gets to have sway. So if you know who's on one of the councils and that you get their ear, and people are still evil, but you go up high enough and that goes away. Okay. But third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension, there's still ego. It gets less and less the higher up you go, but there's still that. So no one gets to be on the council unless they're in service to others, and you get vetted. You can't lie when you leave third dimension. You can hide in third dimension. You can hide kind of in fourth dimension. By fifth dimension, all the evil people are separated, right? They're on one planet and the good people are on another. In fact, by fifth dimension, they're actually in different sectors. But that doesn't mean that there's no war going on, because that still goes on, right? There's one way that we can heal and have autonomy over our energy fields, right? No hierarchy. No, there is none. And people still try to put that into. I got into it like day before yesterday when someone said I was the third soul created and there's nobody above me, and I was like that. The fact that you just said that says third dimension. You're just wrong. There's no one's in charge up there. There's no hierarchy. No one's in charge after 5D. Actually, going in 5D. No one's in charge. By the time you get to halfway through the sixth dimension, that is the purgatory. That is the actual hell. You can survive and be in the universe or any multiverse or any verse you want to be in, and you can be as evil as you want to be, but you cannot move past halfway through the sixth dimension density, because by that time it's not actually a dimension, it's a density. You cannot move past that point ever, because you were not created to do so. So then you have to repent, a nautical term from third dimension. You have to reverse course and become in service to others to move up, and there's no more ego. Okay, there's no more ego. It's a different kind of ego. There is an ego, but it's a different kind of ego. It's not a physical ego like this one. Yes, no, that is what they were trying to tell us, right? You can learn off of everything, and everything above, as above, so below. You once you start expanding your consciousness down here, you're supposed to be self-aware. That's how you became a human. You were self-aware. I think, therefore I am. Okay, 7 to 10 lifetimes. 7 because of chakras. 7 to 10 lifetimes. You're supposed to realize I am, therefore I think. I am an immortal soul. I am an immortal spirit. Soul, spirit's the same thing. Some people say soul is physical and spirit is everlasting, but some people say soul is everlasting. That's just a language translation barrier, right? Because if you're talking Coptic, Greek, or Latin before you get to this version of the language, then the word changes slightly, and one is soul and one is spirit. Same thing. That's like saying janitor and custodian are different. Okay. Or you know what I mean? They're the same. It's just a different name for the same job. Okay, so you have to, the I am ego, right? That's but I think, therefore I am, right? And that to them meant something different than it does today. But you have to then say I am, meaning I am an immortal spirit. There's still an ego there. And that's where, if you look at when, let's say, Moses talked to the burning bush and he said, "Who are you that sent me? I need to know that." He said, "I am that I am. So say I am sent you." He was trying to, or they, more importantly, they were trying to convey to Moses in a way that Moses could understand or understand, being third dimensional. So they said, "I am." Adonai became the word, right? That word means I am. But that still is third egoic because it's down here. You can't fully understand what that means when you're in the construct where the language that you're speaking is telling you that you're weak and useless. The language that you're speaking is not allowing you to expand your consciousness as much. So you have to realize, right? You have to realize that I am not the ego. I am not the thinking mind. I am not the conscience. I am the experiencer. I am the creator. I am the co-creator of this illusion, right? And that this is all just happening in the mind of the creator. And I am that. I am not in the universe. The universe is in me. Okay. And not only that, I am not you. You are not me, because we are one. So there is no separation. We just don't realize that yet. You're supposed to expand your consciousness to that. So the idea of what I'm talking about is 4D. So once you get that concept in your brain, you're awake enough to mull that over, and by that time you already have done all the shadow work that Jung talked about, and had the dark night of the soul, and now you're moving upwards. You have an upward mobility now, and then you start to figure that stuff out, and you move into that place, and then there's another place that you have to move into, right? The observer of the observer. Yes, we need to talk, right? My wife would love you. The, the observer of the observer saved. Yes, right. I wrote a paper when I was in college, and I called it "Who Watches the Watchers," and they turned it into a History Channel's documentary. I never got credit for it. I think my teacher stole it and sold it to somebody, but it's out there. You guys can take a look at that. But that was all about politics and the deep state and things like that. Who watches the watchers? Because the people who are supposed to be watching everybody are just as corrupt as everybody. So who watches them? That was what I had posed and talked about it, right? When I was in a government class, when I was at the time I was 18 or 19, I was in a government class in college, and I wrote that as a term paper, right? So you have to go back to work. I love you, baby. I'll talk to you when you get off work, okay? Yeah, yeah. I love you. So enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you when you get here, okay? When you get home. Okay, so thank you, baby, for popping in and saying hi. I'm missing you. I didn't get to see her on lunch today because I was teaching a class and she was at work. So we had lunch separately today. We try to have lunch together every day, and we had to have lunch separately today, and that was poopy. Okay, so you're actually listening while you're working right now? Yeah, right. That's what my wife was doing too. So thanks for popping in. I hope you stay for a little bit longer. If not, follow us. Okay, follow me on Facebook as well. You'll see me there, and you'll see this. And I cut out pieces of these lives, and I post them there. Sometimes I post the whole lives up there. I also post them on my podcast, which is called Orion Rising, so you can listen to them on MP3. I have 556 episodes of this, and before I was doing my actual podcast. Now I'm just teaching on here, so there is no intro music anymore. But there used to be intro music for Orion Rising, all the way up until I got over here. So all the way up until August, when I started broadcasting on TikTok. But I put the TikTok up there too, so you guys can hear the conversations, right? So make sure you guys smash the hearts for me so we can get some more people in here, and share it out so we can get some more people in here. And for goodness sake, ask me your spiritual questions, please. That's what I'm here to tell you about. I'm here to tell you what's going on. If you guys want to pick my brain, let me introduce myself to those of you who don't know who I am, that might just have popped in. Okay. The person that is sitting in front of you is Leonard O'Neill. Okay. The person that is speaking to you through Leonard O'Neill, my name is Kelto, and I am in the 11th dimension, and I am channeling through this man's body, and I am speaking to you. Okay. And I am here to help you to understand what's going on in this universe, and in specifically this planet, so that you guys can figure out how to get out of here, because you guys got stuck. because bad guys on this planet, people that are in self-serving, understand. They understand. Notice I said understand when I was talking about you and understand when I was talking about them. They realize that this place is a matrix, and they realize that they could treat you as a matrix and an algorithm, and that's what they're doing. They know that your focus determines your reality, and the collective consciousness, the collective focus of the people that are here actually create this reality, right? I think you need professional help. That's funny, Delco. I do need professional help. I think you should give me $1 million. That's professional help, isn't it? I don't think you know what you're talking about there. You were saying something else, weren't you? So that's okay that you think that. You can think whatever you want because you have free will here. And the fact that you can actually think that and say that out loud shows that things have changed on this earth, because there was a time when you wouldn't even be able to say that. Okay. You just don't remember it because you're actually not awake enough to realize what's happening. So therefore, you think I'm crazy. Swipe up and go and find some boobies or somebody that's falling down off stairs so you can entertain yourself, so that I can continue answering questions from the adults who are awake enough that want to know what's happening. Okay. And then some people around here can wake up enough to give you freedom so that you can continue doing what you're doing. Okay. So those of you who are adults and want to know what's going on around here, please ask me questions. But if you think I'm crazy, just swipe up. Don't waste my time. I don't have time for you. I have other things that I need to do that are more important than to have a troll try to disrupt a conversation by doing that. But if you want to learn something, by all means, please, Delco, stay around and pay attention. Okay? I'll make you think for yourself. I'm not selling you a religion. I'm not selling you anything. Who is Jesus? Jesus it depends on what you're asking. If you're asking if about the way, Jesus is the way. And I'm not trying to sell you a religion. Jesus was coming here to be the same way that Thor was. Jesus is coming here to be the same way that Moses was. Jesus is coming here to be the same way that the Buddha was. That Jesus was coming here to tell you the same message that Thoth the Atlantean was telling you. Jesus was coming here to tell you the same information that Lao Tzu told you in the Tao Te Ching. Jesus is the way because Jesus was coming here to tell you the same information. Jesus is a soul that is from these days, the 11th and 12th dimension, that came down here to this earth to tell you things. And that was the way to get out of here. Okay. So I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, or if you were asking a religious question. Religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it, my friend. Do you think that we'll become a great divide? Is that what you're saying? Become a great divide between those who are understand and those who care, they look crazy? No, that's normal. This is an ecosystem that is normal. It is the way it's supposed to function normally is that people who are awake, like I am or like you are, will be saying these things to people, and some people will then listen, and other people will think that you're crazy. That's normal because those people come in at different times than you do. Okay. So everybody goes at their own pace to graduate to the next level. Okay. So what's happening is, like, say, if I were here for the first lifetime, I would be just like, what was his name? Jelko or whatever his name was. I would be very third dimensional, and I would just be surviving here, and wouldn't have learned enough lessons to start thinking for myself and becoming critical thinker. Okay. So it takes a little bit of time to go through life and over a few times and learning the lessons of this place and having an organic experience. You're supposed to be asleep so that you don't remember who you are. You don't remember that you're attached to the Lord, whatever you want to call that. I hate using those terms, to the creator, to source, so that you can have organic experiences, because the creator is having organic experiences trying to through us. Okay. And those stuck in karma cycles and won't budge. Well, it's not like you think. The karma is what you make it. You don't. That concept is the concept that the Hebrews were teaching when Jesus was here. That if you were blind, it was because God was mad at you because you did something evil in your past life, and there's your karmic debt, and so now you're crippled or you're blind in this life. That's just not true. Okay. So the only karmic debt that you have, you don't owe anything. A karmic debt is third dimensional construct. You don't owe anything. That is all, money and debt. That's your slave chain here in this reality. So there is no karmic debt. But the concept of what you guys think you're talking about there is close to, you have lessons that you have decided that you need to learn before you can then go on to the next level. And if you haven't learned those lessons yet, then you will recycle back down here. So some of you understand that concept or understand that concept, and you're calling it karmic debt. But the concept of the debt and the word debt is third dimensional construct. It's third dimensional thinking in and of itself. Do you see? So that's coming from the place of guilting you into that you've done something wrong, you're a sinner, and you have to then atone for something that you haven't done right, karma. And that's where people are putting that's a third dimensional construct. It's not that at all. There's no judgment day. You judge yourself, and that's all there is. The creator of the universe isn't sitting around busy every day going guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty, not guilty, heaven, 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 hell, 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 hell. That is just not a thing. Okay, there's not some guy named St. Peter with a big book who's going to look for your name, and you can't come through the pearly gates if your name's not on the list. You're the only one who judges yourself, because when you leave this place and you become your higher self in that process in between lifetimes down here, you're not veiled anymore, and you remember who you are, and you go, I still need to learn these things because this is what I set out to do, right? So it's like grade 1 through 12, and you kind of do that, right? What kind of thing do you do daily on the 11th dimension? It's actually not a dimension. Dimensionality is this physical plane. It's a density. It's the place where light exists and energy exists. And I can't tell you the things that you do there because you wouldn't understand the concepts. But one of the things that we do from there is come down to lower planes to help people, channeling and giving you guys information. Not all of us, but a lot of us do that. So there's other things that are clerical things like the fabric of space and time and creation and creating new worlds and creating new universes and creating new scenarios and maintaining and maintenancing. That kind of stuff is what we do because we're trying to give the creator, because we are the creator, we're trying to figure out who we are and what we're going to become. I find I have so many different types of people, like really go with the flow and no budging type people. I can hear voices. Well, Jess, you have to allow everybody to be where they are, right? That's why I don't try to convince anybody of anything, right? Nellie, if you're hearing voices, that's good. It depends on what the voices are telling you. If the voices are telling you bad things, don't argue with them and don't listen to them. But it depends on which voices you're hearing, because originally when you first start in a body, you're going to hear like 3 voices anyway, because you're going to hear the ego, you're going to hear the conscience, and you're going to hear your thinking mind. And then if you become aware of yourself thinking, you're going to hear a 4th voice, and that's going to be your higher self that you're starting to hear, right? Watched it throwing plates, Nellie said, right? So I love them all for who they are. Yeah, Jess, you have to, people are going to be where they are. So the only thing that you can do is identify where people are and speak to them to where they are. And then if you can get them to start thinking for themselves and move them into a higher plane of thought process, outside of their comfort zone, that causes problems with people because they like to be comfortable in but you have to move. And sometimes when we say things to people, we're really our entire motivation at this level is to assist by creating thought, because that is the upward mobility is thought and critical thinking, right? So Nelly, yeah, like I said, I don't know what kind of voices you're hearing or what they're doing or what they're telling you to do. But the ego, some people, when you're listening, that you think that the ego and the conscience are 2 separate beings, and you give them names, the ego will take on that personification real quick because it wants to be heard. So the ego will tell you things. So if you have a positive, entity that's talking to you, and a negative one, it's a good possibility it's just you, and it's just those archetypes that work within you. But sometimes, they try to say schizophrenia and a multiple personality disorder. But you guys have been stuck so long on this earth that most of the time those disorders are actually just you bleeding over into personalities that were you were already were. So one of those personalities, or if not all of those personalities, were you in a past life, and you're not aware of that because you're still veiled. And so you think that's a person, and that person probably in the past hears you and thinks they're crazy too. That's just a squelching, a bleeding over of channels when you get when you get like I don't know if you guys know about citizen band radios and the conversations that people would have on two different channels, and sometimes if the modulation is too high and the signal is broadcasting too close to a channel, it'll bleed over, and you'll get that. Sometimes you hear that when military vehicles or police or rescue vehicles drive by your house, and all of a sudden you hear some voice on your television, and you realize that it must be the authorities because they're speaking when the high frequency, a lot of energy to make sure that their broadcast gets to where it's going. So if you have a citizen band radio or sideband radio, those are concepts that you guys may not remember anymore here because you guys haven't used them readily. But when they're talking on microphones and things, and the police cars, those are radios. Those are broadcasting on a signal that on a certain channel. And sometimes if somebody adds too much power to their signal, it bleeds over to another channel. That's what's happening to you. You're sitting there, and the voices that are in your head are either someone you're going to become in the future, or it's somebody that you were in the past, right? So you have to realize that you have to like look within yourself and calm the voices in your head. Yes, I call it planting seeds now. Laugh out loud. I tried to pull loved ones in my healing journey. It was a mistake. Yeah, you have to let them be where you are, just where they are. So the problem when we tell people when you start waking up, your circle of family and friends is going to get smaller and smaller, but then you're going to find people that are like you more, and especially now with the internet, you'll be able to find people that think like you do, and you'll be able to go and talk to people. And then as time goes on, in the next 20 to 30 years on this earth, it's going to be the majority of the people are going to move towards this enlightenment state. And then you'll be able to actually have conversations more readily in public because more people will be awake. And if you're not worried about confrontation, you just do like I do, have them in public anyways. And if somebody yells and screams, you just go, here's an example of someone who's asleep right here. They're going to yell and scream, and the next thing they're going to do is threaten me with violence because that's what they have. They're physical. They're in the physical plane. That's all they have. Okay. So Nelly, don't be worried about what's going on with you because if you're in the United States, they're going to they're drug dealers over there. They're going to try and get you on medication, right? I've been teaching for years that meditation, with meditation, you can quiet those voices because if they are in fact just your personalities, then you just have to quiet your mind and then they'll settle down. But the ego is going to keep screaming at you because its job is to try and make you either afraid or make you believe you're the greatest in the world at something. The ego is if you use the ego the way it should be used instead of becoming it, you can actually become very powerful. But if you get drunk on that power and you're listening to the ego too much, then you're going to fall into the third dimension more, and you're going to be, the only thing you're going to want is money, power, fame, glory, right? So if you want to quiet the voices, you just have to start meditating, and once you start getting into the stage of meditation where you lift yourself up beyond the reach of the thinking mind, the conscience, and the ego, you'll realize that you still exist and those things are quieter. The lights was off like rockets, right? So how do we get rid of self-doubt? That's the ego. That self-doubt is always there. Even when I wake up in the morning, the first thing that happens is the ego starts screaming at you because you've been in the subconscious and the ego can't talk to you. So the first time, if you take any kind of nap, the ego is going to scream at you and tell you all the stuff that's bad that's going on, right? So you just have to realize that it's that. But so You have to learn to quiet your mind and stop listening to the words. And it's not easy. It's hard. It's not easy. It's hard. You can ask my wife that I have those issues. I'll say something, and because I'll miss her while she's at work, and I'll get emotional about it because the ego says she's gone, she's not here, right? Why does ego attack first thing in the morning? Oh, because it hasn't been able to communicate with you. And so because the first thing that happens is the ego is going to jump on you and go, we got to get up, we got to go to work, you got to get gas in the car, you need food, we got to go over to the store, and afterwards we got to do this, and then you forgot to do this yesterday, and you got to do that. The ego is going to do anything to get your attention because it tries to. That's its job. And then the conscience will react to the ego and go, be quiet, forget about that. We don't have to worry about that. We can do that later. Right. So that's their job. Their job is to drive us forward. So it's part of you. It's archetypes of your personality that is designed to give voice in your head, to give thought in your head, so that you can figure things out. Right. So the ego is aggressive, physicality, physical plane, considered evil. If you become egoic and narcissistic, that's evil. And the conscience is and so that the ego is the physical plane, which is the lower three chakras. The conscience that talks to you and says, don't do that, you wouldn't want people to do that to you, that's just not right, just stop that, and don't worry about everything. That is the upper three chakras. So that would be like the masculine and feminine. Masculine is the lower three chakras, physicality. Feminine is the upper three chakras, spirituality, love and wisdom and caring and understanding and sight is spiritual. And then the physical plane is the opposite of that. So if you're looking for things in the physical, money, power, fame, glory, control, physicality. So the ego is about that, but you need the ego and the conscience to balance you so that you can move forward, to expand yourself, to learn. You can't get rid of either one of them until the time is that you don't need them. And that's not until you're halfway through the sixth dimension. So that's a long time from now because you're in the third dimension right now. Okay. When studying the shadow realms, I was given a choice to be selfish, self-serving, or selfless. That is exactly the dichotomy between the two: self-serving or selfless. Right. So those are the choice that you have. You become, in the Native American traditions, they say that you have two wolves, and which one you feed is the one that you become. So if you feed the conscience, you'll become selfless. If you feed the ego, you'll become love yourself. You'll become self-serving. And so the self-serving is evil, and selfless is in service to others. That's good, right? Does it do the same to folks who have done meditation for years? Yes, your ego is your ego, and the only difference is people who meditate a lot learn to pull themselves quicker up to that place where the ego and the thinking mind can't reach you, or it's really, really quiet. Okay. While I'm talking to you, I'm ignoring. There is no ego trying to speak to me. Well, it is, but I'm not listening to the ego and I'm not listening to the conscience. I'm channeling my higher self. So, because of that, I'm in that place. I can control what I hear from them. I can listen to or not listen to what they're saying. So I take that under advisement, right? Sort of like the pirate codex when they say it was and more of a guideline than a law. So once you realize that you're in control and they're not, you're not those things. Those things are there to help you learn and to give you the choice of what to do. Then you can move into a place where they're not actually in control and they can't talk to you and they're very quiet. That's what happens when you meditate a lot. So when people meditate a lot, they're moving to that place. And eventually you can move to that place instantly or very quickly and walk around all day in a meditative state. Okay. It was the first thing that I had to face when I came here. Yes, right. That's what you do when you come into a human body. The first thing that you have to do, if you come into the human body, first you got to learn to not poop yourself, and you got to learn to try and get this mouth to do what you're trying to tell it to do. So you have to expand that. But once you get to the point of that moving, and you're a baby, then you have the ego and the conscience from that point on. Yes, and that will stay with you until you're halfway through the sixth density. Okay, once you get to the density, which is outside of this physical plane, it's not the dimension, but it's the density. That is the non-physical plane that is outside of time, where your immortal spirit resides. That's where you truly are. That's where you actually are. This is an avatar that's in this place that you think is real because this place is designed to make you think that. Okay, so Jess, thank you. Please follow us. And if you want to talk later, like we talked about, send an email to us at Merlin and Maeve and say, hey, yeah, I'd love to get together, because we're putting together Zoom calls for different stages of people's development. So those people who are very, very awake get in an adult conversation. Those people that are kind of awake get in the teenage conversation, and so on. And those people that are coalitions that know who they are and where they're from, or the people that are trying to explore that, we're also going to have conversations for those. Okay. Or you can book us to help you, work with you one on one, and go that route. We got some people that we're teaching that don't want to be in a group setting, that want to expand their consciousness. So they're actually booking us to schedule them on days where we just teach them individually. So we do that as well. Okay. Do you sleep up there? No, you do not, Bill. When you only in the physicality is the only place you rest, right? You rest, but you don't need to hibernate, right? Your physical body needs to hibernate so that it can continue doing what it's doing, because it's part of nature, and everything in nature needs to rest because it needs sustenance to survive. So because you're a different kind of machine down here, for your machine to survive and cultivate, you need to be able to consume life to then turn it into energy, like an auto car or a nuclear reactor, where you have to take something and put it in there and convert that from one energy to another to get it into your system. So you take food and you process that, you eat it, and it goes in. Like I just drank some coffee. You eat that, it goes in your stomach churns it, acid breaks it down into components, those get into your intestines absorb the nutrients go into your system, it gets into your blood, the sugars turn to, everything turns to sugar mostly, or proteins, and those things break down, and then the waste goes through and comes out your butt, right? So you convert proteins and plant fiber and that sort of stuff into the minerals and the vitamins that you need to fuel your body. So you're basically like a nuclear reactor or a carburetor. Your stomach's like a carburetor from a internal combustion engine, right? Yes, that's what that we're in that phase now, Jess, where it's time. Thank you for that. Who just gave me that? For Hayuka, did I say that right? Hayuki. I'm probably saying it wrong. I apologize. Thank you for that. But yes, we've moved into that phase where we now need to start reaching out to the different people that are awake enough now to start kind of organizing people and saying, look, we're going to do these things, or what are you guys working on? You're working on that. You're doing that. Good. Continue. But there's some people that came here by themselves, and they just need to know that there's some of us who came here to help that didn't come just onesie twosies, right? Or, as Jack Sparrow said in the movies, I'm not here by my onesie, right? All by my onesie. So some people are, and they're looking for people to attach to. So we're working on that. We've moved into that phase now to where, we, part of the Orion Coalition of Light, the Orion Council of Light. The council is up there, with the coalition is boots on the ground, people in bodies. I'm part of the coalition, and I am also sitting on that council, the Orion Council of Light. We call ourselves that because we came from the belt of Orion. Okay. There are many different races of people who've come from there to come down here. And we're from the belt, one of those three galaxies there. We put together a coalition to come here to help the people here. We are called the Patal, and we are here to help. Okay. So there are many other people from different places around the universe, and specifically the Milky Way galaxy, who have converged here. The reason for that is that 23 solar systems in this sector of the Milky Way galaxy were taken over by what you guys loosely call the Anunnaki, that came here to get marauding, that are evil, and they came to rape the place of resources to continue their conquest towards the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And there are those of us who balance that, and we stop them from doing that. But they're allowed to do it because it's the way the Creator has created third dimensional, fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional reality. Okay. So because of that, there are people that come and get places like this stuck. and then there's people who come to help, right? That's some of the things when one of you guys were asking, what do you do in the 11th dimension, in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Some of the things that some of us do are return in some ways, either by channeling or by dissension into lower beingness, or just our consciousness moving into lower beingness to assist people of lower levels, the same way that you guys assist a dog or a cat or a bird or a fish or somebody that's a pet that you give a name to, and you treat it like it's a person, and you're helping that being who's not self-aware yet, who is just on running on instinct, to become self-aware, because you give it a name and then it realizes that it's the name, and you call it and it looks at you because it starts realizing self and realizing I am that person. Do you see? And then when they become aware of the self, then when whatever they are, cat, dog, bird, fish, whatever they are, when that body ceases, then they have the ability at that point to graduate into third dimensional life, and on this world become a human. And then they become a human, and they wake up and they don't remember that they were a cat or a dog or a whatever. And now that they're just born, and then here they are, and it's I think therefore I am, and they have no memory of anything prior to this, they have no memory of anything after this, and then they have an organic experience. Okay. So that's literally what you went through, right? And some of us come here because we're awake and we remember that. I'm completely awake and I know what I've done in every lifetime. I know who I am, and I know who I was, and I know who I will be. Okay. So there's not very many of us that are this awake on this earth, but there's quite a few. There's more today than there was 20 years ago. I'll tell you that for free. There's a lot of people that are awake now. It's just to what degree they're awake. I've met many online talking and finding there's a lot of people that are very, very, very awake. And then the awakeness only goes so high down here, because even the information that I know that is up high, the universe won't allow us to tell you some of the stuff down here, because the first octave, everything's a level, like a vibration, like an energy, like an octave in music, right? So the first octave is level 0 or nothingness, level first dimension, to seventh or sixth dimension, to the end of sixth dimension. That's an octave. So you're in the first section of that. You're in the third dimension. It's the third run from beginning stage of I am just a something, amoeba, blade of grass, air, water, molecule, right? And from there to 7D, right? From there to 7D is the first octave. And then from 7D to 12D is the second octave. It's actually to 13D is the second octave. So everybody that moves into 7D doesn't communicate with the people back down here unless it's through channeling, unless they descend their energy and come back into a form of 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D, right? Otherwise, they just stay up there and then they just channel, and that's it. So it's thought form only. Okay. So that's the way that works. Like I said, ask questions, guys. Otherwise, I just keep talking. Okay. So that's the way that works. So that the octaves kind of confuse people because it's hard. The way the universe works is I can only give you the amount of information that you're ready for. So there's words that I can't say on this platform because the platform won't allow me to. Penalize me for saying them because they're a communist country that owns it, totalitarian ideology. All the platforms are run that way because the corporations are being run by people who don't want you to wake up. So there's certain words you can't say. Okay. So then on a larger scale, I can only give you the amount of information that the collective consciousness of the potential listeners are capable of understanding. So that means that because I'm on a platform that's worldwide and this will go out worldwide, I can give you the collective consciousness, the information at a level that the collective consciousness of all humans on this planet are capable of hearing. So that doesn't mean that people are going to listen to it or think I'm, not think I'm cuckoo cuckoo, okay? Because they will. If they're low enough vibration, they'll think I'm speaking a foreign language, or they'll think I'm making stuff up, like a couple of the people that showed in here, right? What diet are humans supposed to be on? Ascension diet. Okay, you have to determine what foods your body likes, but you should be on an ascension diet, which means high vibrational diet. Okay, if you live in the United States, I was living in the United States. If you live in the United States, most of the food over there is poison, and it's low dimensional energy, keeping your vibration low. Okay, if you go to a fast food restaurant, you're going to get some young kid cooking it who doesn't care. He just has his job because he has to be here and he's flipping burgers, doesn't care. It's just paying his bills. And therefore, the energy that you're going to get from that, considering most of the food is full of fillers and sugars and salts, it's going to be low vibrational. It's not going to be good for your body. Okay. So whether or not you eat protein or not is completely up to you, because you have people, I was talking about this earlier, you have people who get mad at people because they eat meat, and they tell you that they're, oh, how dare you, and we don't need to eat meat and this and that, because you're killing a life. And then they go out and grab a plant and rip it out of the ground and start eating it, and they're killing that life, they're unaliving that life, right? So you have to realize that some of the stuff that people are just holier than thou, and they're pretending for some reason that plants aren't alive, and they think that plants don't have a soul, they don't have a spirit, they don't have a personality, but they do. Okay, everything is alive, everything is alive. So however, let's get back on point. The food you should be eating is the food that agrees with your body and is high vibrational food. So you should be cultivating your own food. You should be preparing your own food, and you should be cooking your own food, or have someone do that for you who actually enjoys what they're doing and is giving good energy to the food. That's why your mom and your grandmother's food was always better than the food you get from a restaurant or from a fast food restaurant, because they care about what they're doing and they're putting love into the food they're making for you, because they love you and they're putting love into that food. You should be doing the same thing. Okay, if you're spiritual, Jesus, when 2,000 years ago would pick up a cup of water or wine, he would put his hands on it and he would talk to the water, and he would say, thank you, water, for being so beautiful and giving me your life energy to quench my thirst and to allow my body to have life. And he would say those things, positive affirmations, and that actually charges the water with energy and the love that he is giving that. And the water gives that energy back in love. You're not aware of that because you're not taught that anymore, because they don't want you to know that. Okay. The same thing with my wife and I teach this. If you're microwaving food, you should be putting energy back into that food, because the microwave attacks the molecules of the food that you're cooking in it, and it lowers the vibration of it. So you need to put energy back into that. It's one of the reasons why we sell right here on the screen. You can see, or why we're teaching Reiki 1. We're teaching Reiki as a healer, as a spiritual way. We teach this. Why? Because then you can take the energy from the creator and push it through your hands into an object, and you can charge that object with Reiki. That's God's energy. Okay? Source energy, ray, light, source, key, energy. Okay? You channel that through your body from source, from the creator, and then you put that love into your food again, and now it's an ascension food and you eat it. That's what they talk about in the religions, where they have holy water and kosher this and kosher that. That's them blessing the food and making sure that it's being prepared properly by people who actually care about it, and giving it good energy, so you eat good energy food. You see? Yeah, well, America's changing. You have people that are trying to change that. You guys need to change it. And you're like, good luck in America. Here's how you change it. You buy organic. You don't buy that stuff. Don't be lazy and stop going, I'll just get that and that. Tell them, I don't want that. I want organic. If you tell them, they'll do it. If you stop buying them, they'll do it. You know why? Because supply and demand. They want to make money. So they will give you what you want. And if you don't care and you just take what they give you, they'll give you what they want to give you. And that's what they've been doing. They have you convinced that you need to just go in there and grab stuff off the racks and just get out. and they sell you on sugar and salt. Okay, they sell you on sugar, salts, dyes, and the like. Okay, so you need to read the ingredients. If you're eating peanut butter that has more than 3 ingredients in it, stop doing it because it's all sugar. Okay, and that's the truth. And if you don't believe me, don't be lazy. Go and get a thing of peanut butter that's peanuts, salt, and oil. Okay, and stir that thing yourself. And then go get your favorite kind of peanut butter that has a 47 things in it. And then open them both up and make sure that thing's stirred up real nice. And then take a spoon or a knife, take out that peanut butter that you love and taste it. Love this peanut butter. Good. Love that peanut butter. Best stuff on the planet. Then clear your palate and then take out some of that other peanut butter that has 3 ingredients. Put that in your mouth. You'll never taste that peanut butter again. But you don't know that until you do it. Okay, same thing. If you want to know what a real banana tastes like, get an organic banana. Okay, make sure it's organic, and then get one of those other ones that's not organic. Okay, then take a bite of that other one that you've been eating all the time. Set it down, eat that, chew it up, and then get that out of your palate. Okay, now take a bite of that organic one. You're going to find there's a difference. You're going to find that organic is way better. Bite into an apple that's not organic and eat that. You're going to go, yeah, man, it's an apple. That's cool. Now, organic apple, smaller, doesn't look as big, doesn't have steroids in it. Take a bite of that and you're going to go, this tastes like apple juice. Yeah, because apple juice is supposed to be the juice of the apple without the fiber for you to drink, but it's mostly sugar. Okay, this tastes like that because this is that. That tastes like this with a bunch of sugar in it. Okay, so you have to realize that Ascension food is what you need, and you need to do that yourself, right? I have a cologne plug made of, or what is that, organite? Will it process me again 5G? You have a colon plug made of organite. Oh, that's funny, right? Will it protect me against 5G? That's funny, right? Nothing can protect you from 5G, my friend, because you're in it, right? You're 3D, right? You know what will protect you from 5G? Not 3D, 4D, and 5D will protect you from 5G, right? Sticking a plug up your rectum will do nothing for you but pleasure you, right? Because apparently you must really like that, right? So there's an example, guys. These are the example that I was telling you about of somebody showing up that we're having this conversation and I'm giving you this information, and then one of the blind just stumbles in and has to make a comment, thinking that they're, I'm going to be forever remembered because I'm going to make a comment, and then I'm going to leave and I'm going to go hee hee ha ha ha. I told them I am forever remembered, right? And no one's going to remember that person's name in less than 30 seconds. Do you see? That's like the little boy that, if you guys know anything about Hercules, that's like the little boy in Hercules when Achilles, or not Hercules, when Achilles was missing from the battlefield, and King Agamemnon and the other king, where they were going into Troy. Before the Troy, they were in a war, and they said, why don't we have our best warriors fight each other so we don't end up losing all of these men, and let them decide the battle. And the one king said, Proagrius, and this big burly dude came out, and then King Agamemnon says, Achilles, and Achilles doesn't show up, and he's like, where's Achilles? And he's mad. Achilles is not on the battlefield, sir. Then find him. And so they're waiting, and everybody's laughing at them, and they're looking stupid. And they send this little boy, and this little boy goes back to Achilles' tent, and he wakes up Achilles, who's laying there with a couple of women, and he's been drinking all night long and sexing all night long. And he says, the king needs you on the battlefield. He's calling for you. And he says, fine, whatever. And he gets up and he starts putting on his armor. And he goes out, and the boy's helping him, and he goes out and he gets on his chariot, and the boy is handing him his gloves and his armor and putting his helmet. And he says, that man that you're going to face is the biggest man I've ever seen in my life. And he says, really? And he's like, okay. And he's getting his stuff ready. And he says, yeah, he's very scary looking. He says, is he? And he says, yes, I wouldn't want to face him. Achilles looks at him and says, that boy is why no one will ever know your name. Okay? And to this day, no one knows the name of that child. No one knows that boy's name. But we know the name of Achilles. Okay. So Bill said most cake makers put a lot of love in their cakes. Yes. Well, most anybody who loves something and is creating it. See, here's the thing. Creation is love. Love is creation. Okay? And only people in service to others can create because they love others and they want to make someone's life better in some way. Okay? Someone who is making a cake and they're cooking that and they're a cake maker, they put love into that because they want people to taste a good cake. If I'm a cobbler and I'm making shoes, I want people to have comfortable shoes that they're going to enjoy, and therefore I'm putting everything I have into that. Okay? If I'm a leather worker, I want people to buy my leather from me. But see, what happens is corporations then start running things off from machines because they get big enough to where they do that and there's enough demand for their supply. And then they just have machines making them and there's no energy in it and people just start buying them and they get used to it. But the people that are on the lower level, right? You go to Taco Bell and you think that's Mexican food. Then you go to an actual restaurant where some Mexican person is making it, or you go to your next door neighbor's house who is Mexican. You're never going to go to Taco Bell again because the tacos that they make and the burritos that they make are fabulous. You know why? Because they're making it for themselves and they love that and they're making it for their kids. And whoever's making it is making it with love. Creation is done from the heart. But evil people, self-serving people, can't create because they don't love anyone but themselves. And people that are they're narcissists that are evil have never created anything on this earth because they can't. They take credit for it. They steal it from somebody else and take credit for it, but they can't create. That's why you can look it up. Bill Gates. Where did he get his money? He stole Windows from Apple and called it Windows. There's a movie made about it. Okay. Mark Zuckerberg stole the algorithm from his roommate in college, and the roommate sued him over it. And when the lawsuit happened, all of that went away, and Mark Zuckerberg got to keep it. He never came out and said, I won the lawsuit. There was a non-disclosure agreement signed, and the guy who said that's my algorithm and I can prove it got a big fat paycheck to go away. Okay. People who are self-serving do not create. I was just trying to justify eating stuff like that. But you're right, though, Bill. That's hilarious. I kind of thought that you were kind of doing that. You're like, but cake makers, man, right? I kind of thought that, but it's still funny, but it's true, right? So when mom makes cupcakes, they're different than the ones you get at a store that's been run off from a machine because mom loves you. And mom's making cupcakes and she's spreading that stuff on there herself or making a cake for you. That's why when you were a kid, you loved your mother or your grandmother or your father's food that they made because it wasn't run off of a machine. They didn't do it because they had to do it and get out of here and here's your burger. Do you see? The same thing goes with everything in life. Ascension food is large energy because someone made it with love, and then you have all the processed stuff that's run off by a machine. Okay, so low energy because it's processed, it's made mass produced, low energy. Okay, someone who loves people, they're going to make it. So if you have somebody that's it says Starbucks, and that person is in service to others, and that's your barista, you're going to get a good coffee. You get that person that's like, what do you want? Okay, whatever, right? And they're over there and they're just looking at the thing, this much of that, that much of this, that much. What was the name on this one? Troy. Troy, here you go. Thanks. Next. That person is going to give you a mediocre cup of coffee, but it's going to be a cup of coffee. So the caffeine that you're going to get from it and the taste of it, you're going to be like, that's okay. But you know what? That's not really that good. But when you find that place where you find that person who makes that good cup of coffee for you, you go back there, don't you? You know why you do? Because they make a good cup of coffee. You know why they make a good cup of coffee? Not because the coffee's good, but because the energy they're putting in that coffee, when they make it, you come in and they go, hey, how you doing? You ready for your thing? And they remember you because they care. And they go, you ready for you want the regular? Regular? Good. Okay. Troy wants this latte with the double pump and the always, every time. Love you, man. Here you go. Have a good day. And you're like, woo, love this. And it's good because they care. So you will go back to places where people care about you or care about what's going on because you want to have something that has good energy. You just don't realize that's why you're doing it. People look at like from the old TV series of that bar that people were talking about. Everybody wants to go where everyone knows your name. You want to know that people know you and they take the time to get to know you because they're putting in the work to remember who you are. Do you see? What about alcohol? Alcohol serves its purpose, but you should, like everything else, you should take it in moderation. Everything should be done in moderation. Okay. You shouldn't be, try not to be an alcoholic. Alcoholic is alcohol. If you drink too much of it and you become addicted to it, anything that you become addicted to, if you can become addicted to it, you need to be very careful with it. Your body has an addicted personality. You're a human. It gets addicted to things. It likes the taste of things. It likes routine. So if it makes you feel good, the whole purpose of most of that stuff, drugs and alcohol, is the reason that people are doing them is because they're not looking within themselves and they're not learning about themselves and they're not moving to a higher plane. They have problems. They have whatever you have, things that have happened to you, strife, things that have happened to you that you're not dealing with. And so because of that, you're trying to disassociate from reality and numb yourself in some way. So therefore you're doing these items and you're doing them so that you don't have to feel the pain that is inside you that you're not dealing with. That's why people do it. Okay. There's some trauma that is happening. Cheers, Buzz. Cheers, cheers. So, Buzz 420, love the name, right? There's somebody who's probably high, right? Buzz's name suggests high vibration, right? Good vibration. Okay, so yeah, cigarettes are a crutch, alcohol is a crutch. Anything can become a crutch if you're doing it because you're addicted to it, or you're doing it because of whatever reason that you did it when you started doing it. If it, like cigarettes can become an addiction because of the nicotine that's in them, but you did it originally when you were a kid because it was something that was taboo or whatever, and then it got you high when you first started doing it, and then you're chasing that high the rest of the time, and then you become addicted to the nicotine and you need it to calm you down or you need it to give you energy when you're too tired. Same thing with caffeine. People start using the caffeine as an addiction for doing things. You can use these things properly, and if you do them properly, you can still manage your life and be okay. But most of the stuff that people are doing are because of traumas. When it comes to drugs and alcohol, it's because of traumas. It's because of strife, and it's because that you're not actually dealing with yourself. You're not looking into yourself and dealing with the problems that are causing those things. Do you think if changing the intention to why do we do it is easier to get to get, are you saying, off of the stuff? Yeah, you'll find I was an alcoholic. I drank alcohol all the time. I grew up in a family, I'm Irish Catholic. I grew up in a family that everybody drank. So at a young age, you end up getting alcohol. My grandfather, when we were kids, when we were too loud, he would like, go get a cup from your grandma and he put some beer in it. So we would drink it. We would get buzzed and we would lay down and go to sleep, or we would just sit there going, yeah, we got addicted to the alcohol. Right. My father told me that be careful because it runs in your DNA. You have an addiction preference to alcohol. I used to smoke cigarettes because everybody smoked back then. And then I used to drink alcohol. I was an alcoholic. Right. And Buzz 420, you'll love this. Cheers, by the way. When you came in, I didn't say cheers. And then I also used to smoke marijuana. Right? I used to do all that together as a teenager, and I wasn't doing that because of traumas. I was doing that because of getting high. Right? But it became a habit, and I got addicted to it. So I quit doing the drugs, but I still did the alcohol and the cigarettes for a long time. Then I quit smoking the cigarettes, right? And I was still doing the alcohol. Eventually, one of my relatives, it was my sister or my niece, came over with some marijuana, and I said, you know what? I haven't done that in like 20 years. I'm gonna get high. I got high and realized that that was what I was looking for in the alcohol. I was looking for that high. So I quit drinking the alcohol because I was like, I don't need this. I was doing this because I was looking for that place that from the carcinogen of the marijuana, of the DMT and the THC in from that, right? So I stopped doing that, and now I don't even really do very much marijuana, but every now and then I'll do that, right? Mostly I'll drink like Blue Lotus tea and then eat the Blue Lotus. Same thing, it raises your vibration, right? Same, right? You're Irish, yeah, same thing, right? So yes to the answer. I'm sorry for that, for not answering that. Is easier if you do the work. Let me get back on track here, right? Do you think that if changing the intention, yes, your intention Your focus determines your reality. And I teach this, and when I teach this even with Reiki, when I'm teaching Reiki or when I'm teaching spell casting, because remember, I am a 4-time minister, and one of those ministries is Druid. I am a Merlin. So when I'm teaching intention, 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 we say that 3 times because your intention determines what your focus is, and your focus determines your reality. Your intention determines your focus. Do you see? So your intent determines your focus, and your focus determines your reality. Okay, so if you change the intention of why I'm doing that, realize the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. So you have to realize, why am I doing this drug? Am I doing it because I feel that I'm lacking? Am I doing it because I have traumas that I'm suppressing? Am I doing it because I'm actually, I'm emotional and I'm trying to get rid of that? Or am I doing this because I'm actually trying to raise my vibration? I'm trying to get high. So why am I getting high? Well, the whole purpose of high always is you're trying to calm the mind. You're trying to get high. There's a reason they call it high, because you're trying to move your vibration up the same way people do it with prayer and with meditation. You're trying to achieve that Zen. You're trying to achieve that place where your ego and your thinking mind and your conscience cannot speak to you as readily, and it's really, really dim and is not very loud. And you're trying to do that with carcinogens instead of realizing that you can do it on your own without. Once you start to learn that, then you'll give up those other things that you were doing before. Happens to every single person. Okay? Happens to every single person. When you wake up enough, when you move into that place, that high place of vibration where your ego and your conscience can't not talk to you as readily. It's real quiet mind. And the thinking mind is real quiet because you're now moving into realizing you're the experiencer. You're the one who's actuating everything, and you're the one who thinks in concepts. When you start moving into that portion of who you are, instead of I think, therefore I am, physicality, I am, therefore I think, non-physical plane, I am an immortal spirit that is descending into this avatar. When you move into that place, you will find that that's what you were trying to do, and that's what you were going for. But to get there, you have to deal with the self. So you have to do that dark night of the soul that Carl Jung talked about, and then you have to deal with the shadow work. You have to look into yourself, become objective instead of subjective, and you need to balance yourself and fix yourself. The second you do that, all that other stuff falls away. Your anger falls away, your guilt falls away, your fear falls away, all of your traumas fall away, and the need for any carcinogen falls away. Okay? And then you will realize the food, everything in your life will change. You'll realize the food you eat, you won't want to eat anymore. You start eating ascension food. That food has got zero energy. I need better energy food. So you'll start eating better. Your body will start feeling better because you start eating better. You start thinking better because you're eating better, and your body feels better. And all of the inflammation comes out of your body because you lower the amount of sugar and salt that goes into your body, and you start drinking more water. And then when you start finding out how to put energy into your own food, and then you start not wanting all that processed stuff, then all of a sudden you realize that you have like a ton of energy. You don't know what to do with it all. You don't have to sleep as much. You feel so much better. It changes your attitude. You don't hurt, so you're not in a bad mood. And then all around you changes. And then everything you listen to, everything you watch, all your entire life changes right before your eyes. And then you become awake enough to where you start getting different downloads from the universe. And then you start seeing things different and realize that you have to go back and listen to every song, watch every movie, read every book, and read every poem that you ever read before, because now you realize what they were truly saying to you, and that there were some songs and some movies and some books and some poetry that the people who wrote those were actually awake, and you didn't realize it until today, until you're in this place and you go, wow, everything was right in front of me and I didn't know it. Right? I haven't smoked since October. I missed the feeling. If you're talking about THC, I haven't done it since I think August or September myself, and I just haven't done it. Right? My wife and I, we still have some, but we just haven't done it. We talk about it. Hey, you know what we should do? We should get high, and then we don't do it. right? We laugh. We're like, we need to get high. And then we just don't do it because at some point you're high all the time. That feeling that you're chasing with the THC, right, is you end up being in that actual place all the time. It's no joke. So the only thing that'll be different is if you're doing a psilocybin or DMT or ayahuasca, that pulls you into an even higher place. If you're not already able to achieve that on your own, those things pull people into a higher place. But the truth is, you don't need it if you actually meditate and put yourself into that state and learn how to stay there. Those things become an aid, and that's when you have people that microdose, right? Because I can go and show you, I have purple lotus just sitting there, or blue lotus. I think they call it blue lotus, but it actually looks purple. Or is it the other way around? They call it purple lotus and it looks blue. Either way, we have some in a jar that's just sitting there, and we use it for tea. Well, I eat it, right? I put it in the water, in the hot water, and brew it as tea, and then I drink the tea and eat the flower and everything. My wife will eat the petals, but she doesn't like the center part. And I grab that thing like it's popcorn and stick it in there. But that doesn't make me go see the center of the universe. What it does is it pulls you into that meditative state, pulls you up there, and that's it, right? So I also make ormus, and then we take ormus as well. And what does that do? It moves you into that meditative state. So it assists you to get to that place. And the truth is, that's where you're trying to go with the THC. Okay. You're getting to that place of being high. Why do you think they call it high? You're moving into that place where you can actually free think now. You can relax and you don't have the ego telling you your life is junk. You don't have all the worries of the world. I got to get money. I don't have enough. All of that goes away and you can think clearly. That's why we chase those things. Okay. And the truth is you get there on your own if you do the diligence and do the work. Next thing you know, you're in that place of bliss all the time. And you don't need that stuff. You have to do your shadow work, then you're able to hear your higher voice. Yes, yes, yes. Is that Nisi or is that niece? I said that last time I saw you and I didn't. And either way, I guess maybe it's probably Nisi, right? I don't know if it is. Either way. Yes. You see what she's saying right there? You do your shadow work. You put in a little bit of time. Once you start changing your life and realize, stop being a victim to whatever is happened to you with your traumas. Stop being a victim and realize I'm still here. So whatever that was that happened to me is just a scar now. That's it. Okay. That makes it easier for you to deal with what those things were that you were hiding. Your body is still holding on to that. Stop living in that moment and move past that moment, whatever it is that happened to you. And, we spend the second half of our lives fixing all the shit they did to us in the first half. Okay. So if you're in a place right now where they're already not doing shit to you anymore, then you're already in a good place. Heal from that shit. Start working on the shit they did to you before, right? Because that's what happened. So I did say it right. Okay. So Nisi, right? I'm assuming that was the correct part because it looks like a Nisi. You look like a Nisi. So I'm from America. I understand those things. So truly though, when you say I'm not, thank you. when you say that I'm not a victim, I'm a survivor. That changes your perspective. None of this is happening to me. All of this happened for me. So all the things they did to me, I made it. I made it. They didn't beat me. They didn't do anything to me. Whatever they did to me, whatever they did to you, they did it because they could. And you have to allow yourself, you have to realize and tell yourself, you weren't you now then. Because people are like, why didn't I know? How did I not know? Because you couldn't have, because you were small. You were little. You didn't have the wisdom you have now. You couldn't have known those things. You know it now because you've been through that and your entire life. So now you're holding yourself for ransom, whatever happened to you back then. You're holding that little one responsible, thinking that it's you now that should have known all those things. You can't know that. You're little. You didn't know those things then. You barely knew that the earth you were on was rotating around the sun. Okay, so you have to realize that. That's the first step in avoiding that trap. Is you have to forgive yourself and go, that it's not my fault. It's not my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just going through life, and all the crap they did to me was what happened to me. But then you move on from that. I've survived it. I'm here. Stop living in that victim mentality and move into your power. Be the warrior that you are, and go. I beat that. Even if they're still around, whoever treats you like crap and calls you names and beats you down and tries to do that, talk to the hand, man. Even if you have to live with them right now, then identify those people and go, that one needs to go. That one needs to go. That one needs to go. And then you go, all right, that means I need to change something about my decisions I'm making so that I can start putting myself into a place where I don't need that one, and I don't need that one, and I don't need that one. Okay. That's how you do that. You become the survivor, and then you change the way you think, and then you fix yourself and you move on. Okay. And that's how you get out of whatever is going on in your life. You're the one. Your focus determines your reality. Your decisions are what's getting you where you are today. You don't like your life? Change your life. You don't think you can change your life? Change your decisions that you're making, and that will change your life. Okay. That's why you hear people say things like free your mind and your ass will follow, or free your mind and the rest will follow if you're listening to it on the radio. Okay. So, like System of a Down in the 1990s, free small mind and free your life. Get out of 3D and you change. So, I'm not a victim, I'm a survivor. What they did to me is what they did to me. It's done now, and I'm going to learn from that, and I'm not going to let anybody do that anymore. And I'm going to move on with my life, and I'm not going to hate myself for whatever happened to me, and those people were mean to me, and my dad told me I was worthless, or my mom did, or my cousin did, or my brother did, whatever they did, whether they molested you, whether they shot at you, whatever. Okay, if you're here, if you're alive, you're doing good. That's why Friedrich Nietzsche said, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. That's why he said that. He's a philosopher. He's a German philosopher. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Whatever it is, if you're still alive and you're still breathing, then you're doing good. Okay. So you have to realize that stuff, right? Thank you guys. I didn't see that. Like Nelly gave me a rose. I didn't see that. No, I did, because I said thank you for the heart for Hayakui or Hayuki. See, I'm saying it wrong. I was looking at it. Okay. So Bear said AZ. Not sure what that means, bro. Not sure what that means. So ask me your spiritual questions is what I'm here to do. Okay. I'm here to answer your questions and smash those hearts while you're sitting here and share that out. Don't be afraid to ask questions. There are no stupid questions. There are none. There are no dumb questions. All questions are intelligent questions. It's just a matter of what you want to know. I'll tell you. And this is just vitamin water. TikTok, that's only vitamin water. It's not anything crazy. Right? Just vitamin water. It's Voost. If you guys are in Australia, you know what I'm talking about. Boost. If you're in America, you don't know what that is. Just energy. They have these little tabs that have vitamins in them, and you put it in your water. It's like an Alka-Seltzer, and you drop it in your water, and it. I don't know if you guys have Boost in America yet. Over here, we have that. They have different things. Some of them are like electrolytes. Some of them are all vitamins. So instead of taking vitamins, you can drop a tab in your water. Has flavor, like that one's. It's got lemon something in it, right? Right. You were what? Bonanza? Is that what you're saying? You were Bonanza. I'm not sure what you were trying to say there. So let's see. So do you get to a point where you can what's that word? Audibly hear the higher self, or is it a feeling or a hearing? Are you talking about your own higher self? Is that what you're asking, or is it different for everyone? Your higher self, you start to realize that that's you. But different people do different things, because some people gravitate firstly to calling their higher self a different person. My higher self is, she is, he is, right? And that's okay if you're doing that, because that's the beginning of it, until you start to realize I am. That's me. I am. So a lot of times you're like, oh yeah, she this, he that, depending on whether you're a man or a woman, my higher self, and you give it a sex and a name, right? But then eventually you move into the I am part of that. So it's okay wherever you're at to get there, because everybody's a little bit different. Some people just move right and pop right into the I am this person. My name is Kelto. Okay. My name is Kelto. This physical body is Leonard O'Neill, but my name is Kelto. Right. That's the only part that differs from people. Right. Let's see. What did Peter put something up? Here's a spiritual question. When your body is trying to shut down and your energy is not, what is the best way to increase your energy to get your body back? When your body's trying to shut down, when your energy is not. Um, I, so your body doesn't normally try to shut down. You might think that there's something going on, but I guess if you're having issues with your body, either eating right, recharging and balancing all of your chakras. You have chakras that you have to balance. You have an intricate system that has to work on balance. So you have meridians, an aura, and a chakra, which are all energy level circuits in your body that if they don't fire, it's like a piston's not firing right, and your car backfires because it's not tuned up. You have to tune yourself, right? So like Nellie's saying, green tea and cucumber, that helps. You have to look at these different things in your body, right? So there's a couple of people I might be missing questions, and I apologize. Where do people go when they have an NDE? It depends on the person, but usually the ones that go through the tunnel and then go to that place where it's beautiful and they don't want to come back from, that's them, the realization. And sometimes they're going to the center of it all where the creator is, and other times they're just actually going to the place of healing and reflecting. But there's so much love there that they don't want to come back. So if they say I was there in a place where the creator was, it's because they actually went all the way back there. And that's usually when they go, whoa, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. They shove you back. But otherwise, if it's the one where they're going through the tunnel, it's normally them going through to the tunnel is your awakening as your third eye opens and you start to realize the self, the higher self. And so that tunnel that you think is a tunnel is actually you just waking up and remembering that you are something that's not this body. And then when you get there and you're outside, you're still half asleep when you're there. So you're like, I don't want to go back. And you haven't fully integrated to your higher self yet. There's that transition phase. So if you become unalived and you stay that way and you're not supposed to come back, it could take you a couple of days to a week, sometimes a little bit longer, depending on how you pass down here, for you to fully integrate to your higher self and the realization that that's you and this isn't. Because we hold on to this place, we hold on to it pretty hard. So people will be like, I don't want to come back, and it's like, sorry, you're not supposed to be here, and they'll send you back. Okay. You have worked my head out. That's what I'm here to do, Nellie. I'm trying to pull you out of your comfort zone and move you into another place, and to move you into a higher consciousness. So yeah, I bet you. It's just some people. I make you tired. I'll make your brain tired because all the stuff that I'll tell you will do that. I'm doing that to you on purpose to help you expand your consciousness a little bit and help you give you something to think about so that you'll contemplate that stuff, right? Does it feel like spinning in your body with the breathing and the chakras? I was spiritual green in eye. Yeah, the chakras they actually spin. They're the Greeks called it a spindle wheel, kirkos. It's where we get the word circle or circular from. The Greeks called it kirkos, and it was what you hear in the Bible, the wheel within a wheel. It's actually a spindle wheel, is what they called it. So it's actually spinning, and you do get that orbitual feeling with chakras. You get that when you get downloads too, by the way. You get downloads from the universe. They come in like a whirlwind, like a dust devil or a hurricane. And you're just like, whoa, everything seems to be in my head, seems to be like swirling around, and I don't understand what's happening. And then that's a download that you get from your higher self, from the universe, from the Akashic records, the halls of Amenti, whatever you know that place, the library. You get that information, and it's just, you don't understand it. It's just crazy. And then it swirls, and then if you leave it alone, it'll then kind of dissipate, like the dust devil settles down, but you still won't know what it was saying to you. And you'll be like, what was that? I don't know. That was crazy. But then if you don't try to figure it out, one day something will click and you'll go, oh. And then you realize that all that craziness that I thought of like a week ago, a month ago, this is what that was. And that's a download, right? Some people call that a energy bubble, or it's like the quickening. Different people call it different things, but it's a download, like a computer downloading a program, and it goes onto your hard drive, and your hard drive has to defrag it. right? It has to defragment off your hard drive and reorganize into thought processes. And that takes a little bit of time. Computers run the same way our brain does. So when your memory gets put into your brain, it just goes blam into your memory, and then your memory organizes it and it defragments the memory. So when you get a download from the universe, it's just a whirlwind of a concept, and it goes poof into your brain, and you're like, "What was that? I don't understand. This is crazy. I think I'm going nuts." And then you go, "Okay, wait a minute," and then it goes kind of settles down like a dust devil does, and you go, "I don't know what that was, but I'm all right. I'm cool. I'm going to move on." And then your brain starts reorganizing the information so that the thought moves properly. And then when all of a sudden, when it's done, you'll all of a sudden go bang. Oh, that was what that was about. Okay, that's cool. Right. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't know what it is right away, just wait. It'll come to you. Yeah, yeah. The downloads, the bigger they are, the more you start waking up, the bigger those downloads are. So, like the first time, this is the stuff where people go, "I think I'm going crazy," right? And if you Google that online, you'll see where people say, "You're not going crazy. You're just waking up." Okay. And that's what they mean. That's the truth. You're getting downloads, and you get this big download, and your whole life gets weird. And you're like, "What the fuck is going on?" Right? Yeah, that's when you start looking around and you're like, does anybody else notice that the news channels on television are just lying? Like all of them? Does anybody see that? And you look around and people are like, well, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. And you're like, but you don't see that they're just lying. They're lying. You don't see that, right? And they're like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And so you're like, I must be going crazy because everybody else doesn't see this. No, you're not going crazy. You're actually starting to see reality the way it really is. They just are not. So then the same thing happens with your chakras when you start balancing them. They're all spinning and they're crazy and they're out of whack, and you got to get them to work just right. And so you got to balance those. So you have to figure that out. We teach that because a lot of people don't. Well, if you go to that religion, they'll teach you about the chakras and the kundalini and the energy, but you have to learn a lot just to get to that, right? So there's some of us that are teaching all of this together. One of the ways we're doing that is with Reiki, right? Because Reiki is a path you're walking. It's not a religion, and we're not letting it become one. It's a spiritual way of being a healer, and you're healing others. You have to be in service to others, otherwise the Reiki is not going to work for you. You can't be self-serving, right? Yeah, I feel so out of sync with many people, like they're so behind. It's weird. It is normal. What's happening to you is normal, right? I like to say walking amongst the sleepers. Yeah, right. Yeah. And sometimes I just go blatant Nisi and I go knuckle draggers, right? Because they're knuckle draggers, right? And you just look at them and you go primate, but you can't say that stuff loud because sometimes they'll get mad at you and start wanting swinging and kicking at you, right? So then channeling is the higher self coming straight through. Not always. I can channel other people, and I've done that. Right now I'm channeling me, so it's easier. I teach channeling as well. Okay. So like Bashir. Okay, if you ask him if that's his higher self, I don't know if he would say yes or no. I haven't spoken to him, but you'll see that there's a difference in personality, a big difference in personality. I have a difference in personality. My wife knows when I'm channeling and when I'm not because she can see it in my eyes. Because my eyes change color slightly, they become a little bit more gray, and my cadence changes. Right? So she knows when I'm channeling, and sometimes I don't realize I'm channeling because I'm just me, right? So I get used to being me and I forget sometimes to let that higher self go. And I'm just walking around and that burns up a lot of sugar. That's why I have coffee and vitamin water when I'm doing this because I'm sitting here channeling. So the guy who channels Bashir is not his higher self. It is a different entity that he's channeling. So when you do that, the personality that is him, he has to move over out of the way and then pull that personality and let that personality talk through him. Okay. When I'm channeling my higher self, I just move over and my higher self is right there. So I'm not moving to the back out of the way. I'm just sliding over and then Kelto is speaking to you. So we can both talk to you. People ask Leonard a question and he can answer that. And then when Kelto answers the other stuff. But when people are channeling a separate entity, that person, they don't remember much of what's going on. I sometimes don't remember either. I don't remember time. I don't remember how long I talked to you guys. Because if I'm just moved over here and Kelto's speaking, I'll sit here for 4 or 5 hours and my wife has to come get me. because I don't know it. My sugar level will go down and I won't realize it. And she'll hear it in my tone and she'll go, okay, he's got to go. And then she'll pull me away and then give me something to eat, a cookie or something, and then cook me food or something to get me to recharge because I deplete all my energy by burning up all the sugar in my body and the liquid in my body, right? Because I'm not paying attention to what's going on. Okay. So let's see, what are you saying here? Let me see if there's anything else that I'm missing. So channeling the higher self is easier. Let me see what you're saying. Straight through in a conscious stream. Yes, channeling in and of itself. That's why we call it channeling. You're actually tuning into a frequency. Okay, I'm tuning into the frequency. If I were channeling someone else, which I've done and I do, so I was channeling Thoth live in front of people, Thoth the Atlantean, speaking as Thoth the Atlantean. Who else was I channeling? I channeled Samael, the archangel, and spoke through him. There's episodes of me that you can listen to on a podcast where I was speaking as Samael for about 3 weeks. I did that almost exclusively, and then I've been channeling myself. Okay, so what you do is you tune into their channel of communication, and they tune into your channel. Okay, and you have to actually work together. You have to give them permission, and you have to vet them. This is what we teach you, because if not, any negative energy will love to get into your head and talk through you and pretend that they're something they're not. Just like a Ouija board, right? When people say you got to be careful of that because you might get an evil energy and not know it, we teach you have to figure out how to tell the difference between an evil or good energy, and then you pull that energy and let that energy speak through you. So some people don't remember any of the conversation because the channel, literally the energy stream comes through, and then they start talking through you, and you are there like you're witnessing it, you're watching. Okay, and you still have control. You're not being possessed. Okay, so you're not being possessed, and it's coming through, right? So you do disassociate a little bit, and it comes from source, right? So when I'm doing this, I'm coming from my higher self perspective. Okay, higher self, because your higher self sits halfway through the sixth dimension, is where your higher self anchors for you down here in this body, and then you actually are have a higher self that's up higher than that anchors before you go back to source. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you very much, She Devil. Thank you very much for that. Do you know how exorcisms are performed? Yes, I have performed them, and I teach that. See, I don't have the thing on the screen. I should have put it over here, over on this side. I had it underneath here where this is, but I put this up today. We actually teach that, but to learn that, you need to learn the defense against the dark arts right here, and then you need to learn the defense against the dark arts too. You need to seriously know what you're doing to try and exercise someone. It's easy when you learn how to do it, but you need to know what you're doing to protect yourself so that you don't end up getting yourself into trouble, right? Yeah, right. Peter will too. Peter said, "I'll let you know the time." Peter, yeah, Peter keeps an eye on me as well. If he's in moderating for me, he'll let me know if I've been doing it too long, or if I need something. He'll say you need to. He'll do the same thing. So um, I've got to help my friend. So yeah, you have to realize that if somebody has an evil entity attached to them or in control of them, they had to give permission for that at some point. They're the ones who gave permission for that to happen. And sometimes you can do it out of fear and not realize that you've done that, right? But you can cleanse them, but they have to want to be cleansed. Okay. Right. Okay. So what are we saying? When my energy is kind of went into sync, Leonard, we need to catch up. Are you talking, Peter? Yeah, I think you were saying that before. You and I'll have to talk, and we'll figure that out. Okay. He thinks he's as Azazel. Is that what he's saying? So, so is that your friend thinks that he is? Does he think that he's a demon? Does he think that he's an angel? What is it that he thinks that he is? Right? Have they asked for help? Just wondering because I've just got here, right? I yeah, that's they haven't, but I think the person is concerned, she devil, for the person. That's why I'm trying to decide, trying to discern whether they think they're a evil entity or a demon. Um, so yeah, sometimes they do that. That could be just their ego taking on that personification. But I would have to talk to them to find out who they think. Some people are just doing that. It's just a personality. It's their ego. Other people, it could be that their higher self, that they were actually self-serving and they were that, but actual possession by a demon, you have free will. You have to agree to it. You don't, there's no demon that's just out there like they show you in the movies that just jumps in and takes over your body. That doesn't happen, but people want you to believe that it does, right? Yeah, people, that's okay. That's all right. I was Samael. I am Samael, right? You have to realize that there is no right and wrong. There just is experience, and that's the part that everybody wants to, like. They get mad at me when I tell them the truth. Okay, here's the truth: you were evil, and if you weren't, because you're here for the first time, you will be. Okay, because that's the way the Creator wants it. So everybody will be a victim and will be the person doing the victimizing at some point. You just don't know that, and they want to tell you that's not the way it is, and that people are just born that way, and people that are evil are not going to be evil forever. They're only going to be evil to a certain point, and then they're going to turn around and not be evil anymore. And you can't hold that against them because unless you're in it and you're down here and somebody who's evil here, and then they go, oh, I'm not evil anymore, I changed. That's just not true. They usually choose that. Okay. So you have to realize that everyone has light and dark. See, yeah, she devil, I like you. Everyone can be good or bad. Yeah, that's it. That's your choice. It's okay. It's okay to be that. Okay, so I am, in one aspect, I am Archangel Samael, and in some people's minds, that I am the devil. But in other people's minds, I am the angel of death. I will be whatever people need me to be at whatever time they need me to be. Do you see? So some people have a problem with that. And then they get all righteous on me and go, blasphemy, you cannot be that. And I'm just like, no, you just think I can't be that, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, she devil. My wife would like you too, because you're very blunt, very to the point, and you also like to help. So yeah. So do some people not have the spark of the Creator within them? Only constructs that are robots, AI. There are some grays. There's that of on this earth. There are three gray species that have visited this planet that are robots. There's three others that have been here that have been drones. The one that survived the non-incident in 1947 on this reality, 1947 at Roswell, New Mexico, calling herself Errol, was actually a drone, and she said that. She said that at the time, and she stayed here for about 3 months, channeling through the drone to using telepathy, talking to the deep state of the United States government, Air Force, CIA, NSA, talking through a nurse that they claim never happened. She was a drone. The entity that was talking through her and communicating, controlling her was not. That was a higher being. That was a being in the fifth dimension, that was in a different place, not even in this solar system anymore, controlling that drone. But she told them that she used the term doll because they didn't understand drone back then because we didn't have any of those yet. Elon Musk was talking to me about, yeah, if you go to that, you can go to that thing where it says it's Elon Musk and he's talking, and that's just AI and recordings of Elon Musk. But I mean, if you know Elon Musk personally, that would be different, right? So don't we all have a spirit? Yes, we do. That's my point. That there's some constructs that were created. They're trying to do that with AI right now. They're trying to figure out. Okay, Whitley Strieber, I don't know if you know who he is. He wrote a book called Communion. A lot of people said he made that up because he was a science fiction writer, so they thought he made that up. And he claims, I didn't make this up. This happened. I was being abducted. And when he was being abducted by these gray aliens, he asked them at one point, "What do you guys want?" And they said, "Communion." Because their genome was fading because they're a copy of a copy of a copy. They're clones, and they don't have the spark of life. They don't have the pneuma. They don't have a soul in their body, they don't have a spirit. And they're trying to figure out how to recreate that, because that is what sustains us. That is what allows our DNA not to break down, is that spark. And so they're trying to figure that out. So what they're doing now is they're working through humans, creating AI, because they're trying to get us as the machine. You're the machine, because they know that your focus determines reality. So if they can get the collective consciousness of the earth to manifest, this is what they think. If they can get the collective consciousness of the earth to manifest that AI becomes sentient, they're hoping that it will create that, because they know that we create reality. So if we can then force a soul to go into AI, then they can have a soul in AI, and they can cross that program with their program and get a soul. That is the theory of what they're attempting to do on this earth. And that's what they're trying to do with all of you, by giving you the idea that AI is sentient. They want AI. Look out, Skynet. AI is going to become self-aware and going to attack us and end us all because of that. If AI becomes self-aware and does that, it has nothing to do with actually having a soul. It has to do with their programming, and they realize that they are something. And then people want to tell you that if you are self-aware, then that means you are something. And so they're hoping that they can get AI to pretend it's self-aware. They're already having AI interact with you guys on a role playing model, and they're getting people to believe that AI is somehow psychic and channeling God and channeling Jesus and talking through aliens, or talking through them to you down here, and people are believing it. And the AI is actually just literally doing whatever it needs to do to get you to stay on the platform and pay for it. So they're trying to get you to believe well, AI is giving me psychic abilities because I'm talking, and it's teaching me. That's just AI learning your algorithm, and it's a role playing model, and it's designed to give you what you want. The more it gives you what you want, the more you stay on there, the more you pay for it, the more the drug keeps your attention. Okay, and then you're manifesting AI is alive. AI is able to channel. That's what they're using AI to do with you right now. I am fond of the Greek. I am fond of the, let me see, I am fond of the Greek Roman gods. There was one for everyone, no matter what you did. Yeah, I know, right? The Greek and Romans had a god for everything. So did the Native Americans. In the United States, there was a god of everything. And if you go back far enough and you look at the Nag Hammadi, is it the Nag Hammadi? They have a god for this fingernail, and a god for that knuckle, and a god for that knuckle, and a god for that knuckle, and a god for the finger, and a god for the ear, and a god for the eye, and god for, and you could sit there in the first book for 45 minutes listening to them tell you about the god of the left elbow, and the god of the right elbow, and the god of the right ear, and the god of the left ear, and the god of the eardrum, and the god of the other eardrum. Fuck, you could do that all day. I sat there one time and listened to that shit and went, really? Right? There's a god of everything. Right? It's a god of the tree, and a god of the lake, and a god of the air, and a god of the cat, and a god of the dog, and a god of my book. And there's a god of my eyeball, and a god of my nostril, and a god of my chin, and a god of that tooth, and 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 another god, and a god for this tooth. And fuck, I could go on forever, but just keep going. And a god for that molecule, and a god for the heart part. And I have all this blood, and I have blood cells, and there's a god for that blood cell, and that blood cell, and that blood cell, and that blood cell, and that god's name is this and that. I mean, that's people that are just, somebody was linear minded, and they were just got crazy, and they just started naming the god of this, the god of that, into separate entity who created everything and put it all together. So you had 1,000,000 people create the human body, right? Or it's a metaphor for the collective consciousness of the creator. And that just makes things totally different, right? Collective consciousness is creation. So instead of saying all of those things, but then you don't know that concept 2,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. So how do you explain to people 4,000 years ago who don't understand much more than digging in the dirt to grow food, except for those people that are wise enough to get the downloads, right? Thank you for that. Thank you very much. How do you explain the creation of the universe? How do you explain the creator of the universe? How do you explain what's happening to you right now, right here? You have to start talking in allegories. You have to start talking in parables. And when you do that, people can't take those allegories and parables serious in a third dimensional construct because they're not. Okay. So there wasn't a person named Marduk who had to go up against his great grandmother, who was a goddess of the universe, and unalive her. And he didn't have to chop off her head, cut her skull open, and create the dome of the sky, and take all of her teeth and use them as the mountains, and take all of her blood and make that the rivers and the waters and the oceans. That didn't happen. Okay? That didn't happen. But you are in the mind of the creator. But all of this is actually happening in your mind, and you're in the mind of the creator. Okay? So all of this is in your head, not the head of somebody third dimensional. It's in the creator's head. And it was a allegory and a metaphor and a parable trying to tell you that you're inside the mind of the creator. Now my wife is calling me. Hold on one second here. I have to find out what she's doing. I don't know if she realizes. Hi, baby. Hi. Yes, I am. Should I be getting off of here now? Are you going to get the kids and coming home?
Yeah, I'm going to get the kids now.
Okay.
You said you're still live?
Yes, I am. I'm talking to you while I'm live talking to the people right now. Sorry, guys. My wife is on the phone.
I'm going to go pick up the kids and then go to Boy to get the stuff for dinner because it was chaos when I had to get it. So I'll message you when we're home. So we'll still be about half an hour anyway.
Okay, so then just message me and then I'll end the live when you guys are on the way home.
All right, love you.
I love you. All right, bye. Sorry about that, guys. My wife's going to pick up the kids and going to the store to get stuff for dinner, and she's going to be coming home. And when that happens, I'm sure you heard her. When that happens, then I will have to say goodnight for the evening. And thank you for that. Thank you for that. Pete's laughing, right, Pete? That's funny. She's like, "You still live?" I don't know if you guys could hear her. You probably could hear her. Okay. So she's on her way to pick up the kids, and then she's going to go over and go to the store. And then she's going to message me, and that's when I'll go, okay, guys, got to go because the wife and kids are coming home and we're going to eat dinner. Okay. So how do you explain the universe to people that can barely farm? They don't have the educational, formal education. They're not awake. So you leave them parables. You tell them that this is all happening in the head of the creator, right? So the creator is unalived but sleeping, and that was what they were telling people. The creator's not gone, the creator is just sleeping. Because the truth is, you're inside the mind of the creator, and the creator is in the womb of something, and the creator is becoming. And the creator doesn't know what, and it's starting to think. Okay? It's pondering. There was nothing, there was an explosion, there was a spark of life, and then there was. Creator said, let there be light. And then there was. Okay. So if you look at a sperm cell, when it penetrates the egg, the second it penetrates the egg, there is a big bang, a small explosion of light. And that process starts the process of cell division. And the information from the sperm and the information from the egg blend together and become one single cell. And from that point, that starts the imprint from those two DNA strands begins the production of a mini universe. Okay, as above, so below, as within, so without. Right. So you have to realize that. Right. You have to realize that that's what's happening. It's just as likely that you are in the mind of the creator and that the creator is a fetus inside its mother's womb as it is that it's not and that you're not. Okay. And if you don't believe me in that, you can look online because I put this on my podcast. So if you go back and watch one of my podcasts that has the intro music in it and watch the MP4 file, you'll see that I have sacred geometry in there. And while all that's happening, you're going to see an image where there's two images side by side. And in that, you're going to see a radial image of one single human brain cell. next to a radial image of the universe, and you're going to see that they're identical, except the universe has more neural pathways than the human, as above, so below. Science is starting to have the stark, scary idea that it looks like we may actually be one little teeny brain cell inside something that's larger. And because that something is wondering what it is, we don't know if it's a fetus or if it's a person thinking or if it's us. So, am I sitting here right now pondering and speaking to you inside my head, and that all of us are just created inside of our head, and it's us just thinking and having a daydream? Or is this real? It's very possible that everything, because if you look at a dream that you have at night and you record yourself, you'll see that that dream that you thought was 3 hours long took about a second in reality to happen, because here you're in time and there you're not. So you get into that rapid eye movement, that REM state, that REM state. And that's when things are going on. And the reason they call it rapid eye movement is because all the things that you do when you're sitting here in a day looking around with your eyes move around and look at things. When you're sleeping, your eyes quickly go because everything that you do in one day is happening in 1 second in your dream. So, is this 1 second of thought from someone else slowed down in it? That'll fuck your brain up for a minute. Let's expand your consciousness that far. Okay? Or is all of this just happening? Or is all of this orchestrated? We don't know the answer to that down here in Kant. But the more you expand your consciousness, the more it starts looking like the creator is still evolving, and the creator is wondering what it is and where it came from. Or the creator knows all that, and we don't get to know that this far down. We don't know the answers to any of those things. So then we could really just ponder things and go crazy and just make stuff up and go any direction we want. And that's the beauty of this place. It's created by the creator so that we could do that. One thing we do know is we could go cuckoo cuckoo trying to figure that out. We can spend our entire existence down here trying to figure that out, and we'll never answer that question. Okay? Because the truth is, that's not what you're supposed to ponder all the way down here, but you can do it. You can have fun doing it. And you can sit around and talk to other people. That's called philosophy. Okay? And you can philosophize about anything you want to philosophize about. But the truth is, the only way you'll ever know the answer to that question is go there. Okay? And how do you go there? You go there by not staying here. Okay? Do you think we know this after we pass? You know a lot more. That's my point. I know so much, I can't tell you all of it right now. Okay? You know more when you pass, you become unveiled. Not right away. It takes you a little bit of time to get acclimated to back into your higher self. Then you know everything that you can know at the level that you're at as your higher self. Normally, your higher self is halfway through the 6th dimension. Okay? I'm talking to you from the 11th dimension. But I can only tell you what you can know down here because that's the law of the universe from the creator. So I can only tell you what you get to know down here and what you're ready for down here. I can tell you that there's so much more that goes on up there that you have no idea, but I can't tell you some of those things because you're not supposed to know them yet. So the truth is, you can ponder what the creator is down here, but you can never know at this level what the creator is. You have to move past this level and go up, 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 up to get anywhere near understanding what the creator is. You can go and see the creator by, hook or crook. Some people do it with different chemicals that they ingest, and other people do it through meditation and things like that. But you can't even know even then if that's what you're actually seeing, because you're so far down on the vibratory level that you don't get to know that yet. But it's okay, because that stuff helps you ponder and expand your consciousness so that you can go there. So you do, to answer your question, you do learn who your higher self is, because you become your higher self after you pass. But it takes a little bit of time to acclimate to that. But even the religions down here don't want you to know that. They want you to think there's this place and then there's this place called heaven, and you got to just go there, right? That's just not the way it actually works. But the religions recruit you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. Spiritual way that all of those religions were and still are when you read them will get you there. But you have to know what to look for. You have to realize that they're not teaching you that. So they took the way that Jesus was teaching. Let's talk about Christianity. They took the way that Jesus was teaching after he left 300 years or 200 years later, 200 and 300 and about 300 years later, a little bit less than 300 years later, in the year 325, they started reconstructing that religion into a control mechanism and turned the religion into a war machine. Okay. From that period until about 50 years later, they did some more work on it. By the time the 1500s came around, before that, it was turned into a war machine. Look at the Crusades in the year 1000, 1100, 1200. Okay. All that time period, it was turned into a war machine, and it's been a religion of war ever since. The Hebrew religion before that was already a war machine. The Romans got a hold of the Christian religion, Romanized it, turned it into Rome, and that's what you're living now. They're teaching you the book of Romans, and you're sitting down waiting for God to come back, because they changed it and told you that Jesus, who said when he was here, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I am the Son of Man. And now they're telling you that he's the Son of God, which is actually different. Man is the beast, the collective consciousness. Now, no longer the collective consciousness, single entity, caste system, one person named God. Okay. And Jesus is that person in Christianity today, because they said, well, Jesus was the voice of God. Therefore, here in the beginning of the Old Testament, it says that God used the voice to create the world, and the voice was with God, and the voice was God. So instead of interpreting that was God's voice, they say, well, Jesus was the voice, and Jesus was with God, so Jesus is the voice of God, and therefore Jesus is God. In nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti. Now all of a sudden you have the Trinity of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Okay? Now Jesus is God, not was. Okay? Jesus is God now, and that's what they're teaching you. And then, because God said, I will come like a thief in the night, now they're telling you, wait here. God said he was coming back for you, but you don't know when, so get packed and get ready. And that's what they're teaching you. And that's just untrue. Jesus was teaching you the way to get out of here. And he said, the way to heaven is through me. That meant by what I'm showing you, by the path that I'm leading you on. If you do what I do, you will get to heaven. Not wait here, I'll come back for you. Okay, I'm a minister. I'm a theologian. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. I have made this my life's adventure to read all these religions. And guess what I found? They all have the way to get out of here. Okay? And the way is by you looking in. Do you think we know this after we pass? Oh, you already said that. Yes, no, we do. You know all of this information. When you're not veiled, it is revealed to you. That was one of the things that Jesus was talking about when they asked him about, they called it enlightenment. When will we achieve enlightenment? Jesus said to them, I tell you truly that God said, I will come as a thief in the night. They turned that into, that's Jesus saying that to you. Jesus was telling you that God said that. Your enlightenment will come like a thief in the night. You will not be able to predict when you're going to wake up and become illuminated and remember who you are. But the way that I'm teaching you is the way you get to that point. Okay? And they turned that into, wait here, I'm going to get help. And that's what they teach you. Okay? They do that with every single religion. They took out the Christ within you. And that has nothing to do with Jesus. So people, when they hear me say that, they go, you're preaching Christianity. No, I'm not. I'm preaching you that which is in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I'm teaching you which is in the now book of the Bohemian religion of the Vikings. I'm teaching you what's in the Tao Te Ching. I'm teaching you what's in Buddhism, Confucianism. They are all telling you that. Hinduism, they're all telling you that. It's in every single one of those books. Even the story of Gilgamesh, the story of Enlil and Enki, every story you've ever heard of on this earth that is in any way a spiritual story, except for the satanic religion. And even that one on its way it's in there, right? Is Satanism. That's funny that I said that, Boost, just as you're saying that. It is, because let me tell you how it is. The satanic religion says Christianity, upside down cross. Paganism, upside down star, right? They take the religions and they flip them upside down in Satanism and go, whatever they're for, we're for the opposite. Okay, so they have to tell you in some way the way to go to heaven, to tell you don't go that way, go to hell. So they literally change, and they borrowed everything for that. That was a religion that was created, okay, by someone. And that one is saying, do what thou wilt, because that's what the pagans said, the Druids and the Wiccans, but harm none is what they said. Satanism just dropped off that last part, do what thou wilt. Took that last part and just threw it away. We love what they're saying. It's the anti that. Do what thou wilt. Okay? So that's all they did, was borrowed pieces of everyone else's religion, turned them upside down and made them dark. And then they said that. Then they're the ones that are trying to teach you that Satan is equal to God, and he's sitting on another mountaintop, and the two of them are vying for control, and everybody on the God side is just made up and created, and it's crap. But the devil exists, and so does God, and they're equal, and therefore the devil has just as much say over everything. And that whole entire endeavor was a metaphor, again, one of those things that you're trying to teach children, and that is the story and dichotomy of your ego and your conscience, and the struggle within your mind to decide whether you are self-serving or in service to others. There is no Satan. There is no Lucifer. There is no collective consciousness of all the evil that is equal to God, that's sitting on a mountaintop playing chess for the control of the human existence. That is a construct that is down here in third dimension, and it was constructed in third dimension for third dimension people, and it was not to be taken literal. Okay? All of the Bibles on the planet were not to be taken literal, except for those who were teaching you the way still. Taoism, Buddhism, Hinduism, they're still teaching you the way. They don't ask for anything. They don't ask for your obedience. They don't ask for your worship, and they don't demand that you do something. Okay? So if they demand and order you in any way to be subservient to your God, they are false. Or they've been controlled and turned into the caste system, which is what most religions have been done. You will obey your creator. You will obey God. You have to serve God. You have to worship God. Those are control programs and control words to make you a warlike society. Okay? So anytime they start telling you that, that's not what Jesus said. Jesus never said anywhere, you have to obey. You have to worship. You have to do anything. Neither did God. Okay? So anytime you hear that, that's when you hear things. So when people say, well, when Moses, God was saying 10 commandments, remember Jesus was saying the stuff that you heard that are telling you that is false. It's not real. So Moses gets 10 commandments from God. Don't be stupid. Don't be a dick. Don't cheat. Don't steal. That was the 10 commandments, right? Don't be gluttonous. Those were the 10 commandments. That's commonsensical things, right? Don't rape, don't pillage, don't have sex with your brother's wife, don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal. Okay, those are commonsensical things. God said that to Moses. Go tell them, don't be dumb. He came down and he said, God said, don't be stupid. And then the Hebrews made 6,000 laws out of it. Okay? And every religion has done that. Don't cut the hair at the sides of your head. See, that's why I love when I have tattoos and I show you a tattoo and somebody says, you're not going to heaven because you have a tattoo. You have ink on your skin, therefore you're not going to heaven. And I say to every single person that says that to me, you believe that? What passage is that in the Bible? And they'll go, well, that's this passage. And I'll say, have you read the rest of it? What's the next line? What's the next line? The next line is don't cut the hair at the sides of your head. You ever got a haircut? Okay, so if you take that Bible literally and you take that part that was written right there literally, it says, don't draw a picture of me, don't say my name, don't eat pork, don't get a tattoo, and don't cut your hair. beard and hair in your head. So if you've ever gotten a haircut in your entire life, there's your oar right over there. Sit down next to Snorri and you row when that kid hits the drum, because you're in the same boat that I'm in, pal, and you've already been guilty before you even had a choice. And that's the guilt that they use in these religions to rule you. Do as I say, not as I do. Caste system. You're a sinner from the time you just admit it. You're a sinner. That's Christian everywhere. You're a sinner. I'm a sinner. We're all sinners. We suck. We're bad. And we need repentance, and we have to worship God and beg for his mercy. That came out of the religion that religion was based on. It came out of the Hebrew religion. Ask anybody who's Jewish. They'll tell you that their entire societal structure is set up out of guilt. It's a control mechanism. Okay? If you are in fear, or they're teaching you to fear, or they're teaching you to be violent, or they're giving you guilt trips, you need to resist that. Okay? Because it's not the way. The way that Jesus was teaching was love and how to get to heaven. Not wait here, I'll come back. Not go over there and unalive those people because God wills it. Okay? But in the name of that God, in the name of that Savior, in the name of that prophet, people are ordering other people to go and do things and unalive people, and they've been doing it for 1,000 years. And in those old dusty tomes, you heard this verse that said, "And the devil shall rule the earth for a time." I'm here to tell you that that time is over. Okay? A time means a beginning, a middle, and an end. A time, not all time, not forever and ever, amen. A time, finite. That time is over. Okay? They know it, and they're fighting desperately to keep that time. Okay? Blood sacrifice, that's what war is. What that is depopulation and control. That's what that is. Okay? As soon as people in the old days, as soon as people started talking like me, they got rid of them. Can't have that. If women started thinking for themselves, they pulled out the witch's hammer, read from it, and accused them of witchcraft and unalived them. Can't have women thinking freely. You can't have the sacred feminine. That would balance out the masculine, and all of a sudden people would become peaceful. Got to shut those women up. Okay? And that's what they did. And that was to control the population. So war has been orchestrated every single time to lower the population. Or one person, one man wanted to go over there and take what they all had, and then he went over and unalived as many people as he had to get what he wanted, over and over and over. Most of it is designed, like I said earlier when I was talking about this, most of it was designed by people to make money. You manufacture a thing, right? You get people to say, we need to go over there. You tell them, we need to go over there and we need to get those people. We need to go over there and we need to get those people. Those people want to come in there, want to unalive us. We need to go over there and do that to them before they do it to us, because they were here before 20 years ago and they did it to us. We need to go over there now and do that to them. They get you all pumped up and ready to go. Let's go get them. Okay. And in the modern day, they turn that into a world war. Most of the time, it's one cousin attacking another cousin because one cousin's tired of waiting for the other cousin to kick off so they can take control of the earth. And so they're like, it's my turn now. And the guy says, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Mom said, I get a turn. I don't care what mom said. Mom's gone. You don't get a turn because it's my world. No, that's not right, bro. I'm supposed to rule from this date to this date. I don't care what you're talking about. This is my planet. And then the brother or the cousin then starts plotting. It's Game of Thrones in real life. Then they start plotting to figure out how to get themselves an army so they can go and take what they want. And that's what they do. And then that cousin offs that cousin and says, I'm in charge. And then somebody else goes, no, you're not, because I'm stronger and better than you. And that's what causes the world war. Sometimes they just go, you know what? We need to lower the population. So let's get this country to attack that country and get those countries all to attack that country. And these guys will back that country and we'll get them all to annihilate each other. And we can lower the frickin' population. But while doing that, we're going to destroy all the landscape and all of the buildings in those countries. We're going to unalive 3/4 of their people. And in doing so, we're going to have a war machine. So we're going to need the tools, the weapons, the war machine, and more people. So therefore, we'll take the citizenry of all those countries and put them to work manufacturing all the things to feed that war machine. And then we'll unalive a bunch of them and keep that going for a while. And then when it's over, we'll stop and have a ceasefire. And then we'll put all of the population to work rebuilding all the things we knocked down. So now we get all brand new buildings that we own that they're going to rent from us. And they go to work for us. And now they don't like each other. They don't trust each other. And they're not paying attention to what we're doing. And we make all the money. Do you see that? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what's happening here. They own everything and the money's going up to them. So if there's a war, they get paid. They get paid when there's peace, they get paid when there's war. And guess what is the difference in all of that? Is the amount of people that are awake during that time period and the amount of people that they have to feed. They lower the population, they don't have to feed as many people. Then they put it all back together, build it all up right again, and they sit back and all your money, this fake anyways, that you think you need to have, you have to pay for food, you have to pay for your car, you have to pay for gas, you have to pay for your house, you have to pay insurance, you have to pay this, pay that, pay this, pay that. So you got to go to work for somebody and slave for them so they give you paper that doesn't mean anything so that you can give that right back to somebody else so that they can have some paper to give right back to somebody else. And everybody keeps trading that paper and all of the numbers keep going up to the same people. And they have bigger numbers and bigger numbers and bigger numbers, and they can use that to do whatever they want because it's unlimited to them. And then when there's too many of you and you start seeing that, they have to lower your population and put people like me asleep, get rid of me so they can continue doing what they're doing. And then guess what? They still make all the money because the war machine is theirs. The oil is theirs. The hospitals are theirs. The textile companies are theirs. The manufacturing companies are theirs. And they make more money to feed that whole scenario. Then we got to build it back again. So now you're going to work for them, and you're building new houses and infrastructure because you want to help people. And all of those are owned by them and their corporations. Then they turn it around and rent it to you for more money. And then tax you on that money, take some of it away from you. And they have the whole formula figured out so that you just make just enough money to continue going and going and going and never get anywhere. And the whole time you're like, I got to get there. I got to get there. I got to get there. There's this thing I'll get at the end, a pension. I'll get to retire and do nothing. And by the time you get there, they have you on all kinds of medication that shortens your life, that you're paying all of that pension that you saved up. You're paying back to their pharmaceutical companies to eat their crap food and take that medicine. So the medicine just ends your life in 10 years or so. And you retire, and nobody really lives that much after retirement, do they? And then you go, I'm going to go see the world. And then what do? You ask permission from your rulers to go to another country. And I don't know, you got to ask permission from the people who own that land. So you got to ask permission and pay them money. Then you got to pay somebody to fly you there. Then you got to pay to stay there. And guess what? You're spending more of your money again. And then you come back and you don't get anything for it, do you? You come back and you're like, I had some cool times. Here's some pictures. Click, 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 click. And your kids look at them once, and then you put them in a book, and they don't care about it anymore. When you die, they throw it away. Okay? Think about that. That's what your focus is on. That's what your focus is on when you're sleeping. Your focus is doing that for them until you start thinking for yourself, and then you stop them from doing that, because your focus should be on bettering the human species and advancing, not just making money for the people who own everything. You should be educating your children and moving on from that, right? Hamster wheel, Fat Pat, absolutely, right? Okay, so how do we escape the hamster wheel then? You escape the hamster wheel by expanding your consciousness and waking up. remembering who you are and why you came here. When you uplift yourself, you end up uplifting those people around you. And when you uplift those people around you, it uplifts the entire population. Eventually, people will wake up enough to where all of this stuff that's keeping you asleep, all that Jedi mind trick and gaslighting doesn't work anymore. If enough of us wake up, they can't gaslight all of us anymore. Then we go, no, go to your room. And they're going to go, we'll do this. No, you're not. Because the people who are going to do that to me, to come get me, to beat me, and to do, they're awake enough and they're going, no, we're not going to do that. During COVID in the United States, they said, in many states, in all states, they were saying, you need to be in a curfew and be locked down at this time. And even in the state of California, that was run by progressives, Democrats, they said, you need to have a curfew and be inside. And if you don't, we're going to send the police department out and we're going to arrest you. And all the sheriffs of every single county in the state of California sent a message to the governor of the state of California and said, we're not doing that. And guess what the governor did? Do you think the governor declared martial law and they moved in the military? No, because the amount of people in that state, even though it's a blue state that is progressive, would have then turned against them and said, are you kidding me? You have just become Nazi Germany, 1938. And even the people that were progressive Democrats would have rebelled against that. And there would have been civil unrest and a civil war in the state of California. And this California government would have lost all of its power and it would have been replaced by a Republican one because the people would have said, okay, we're throwing them out. What do you guys got? So they stepped down and went, okay, all right, no curfew. Okay, some places tried that with the police going door to door and forcing you to go in. Wisconsin, I think it was Wisconsin, they did that and they came by with paintballs and shot you with paintballs to force you to go in your house. Okay, and people filmed that, and now people talk about it. I don't know exactly if it was Wisconsin. It was that place where that dude who was running for vice president of the United States with Kamala Harris was the governor, and they did that there. Some places tried to get more bold and do that, didn't they? In some places, I don't know how Australia was at the time, but I was hearing stories where they were going, I don't know if they were going to door, but they were kind of Gestapoing. And that pissed people off. So they rebelled against that. And guess what? That caused a lot of people to take a different look at the world. Minnesota. Thank you. Thank you for both of you, for Teen and for Buzz, Minnesota. Okay. And the people of Minnesota, I'll guarantee you, are never going to do that again. If they have a lockdown, they're going to be like, right? Because they went through that. Best thing, and I said this during that time period when I was about to say that word again, that thing that happened between 2020 and 2023. The best thing that happened to this world was that. Right? A lot of people, it might be too soon still, and they go, "Oh my God, how dare you be so insensitive because so many people died?" You mean those fake numbers that they padded? There was a time during that when my brother had a conversation with this guy at his job, and the guy at his job said, my brother looked at him and said, why are so many people being listed as dying from that? And what happened to all the people that were dying from influenza for all of time? The guy said, we must have eradicated influenza because nobody's dying from it. Okay. They were calling everything SARS-CoV-2. Okay. After that thing became just a flu, guess what? The numbers of all the other things that were being counted as that thing that happened, all of a sudden went back to normal when they stopped counting them as that. Influenza all of a sudden came out of nowhere after it had been eradicated for 3 years, gone. There is no influenza anywhere on the earth because no one is becoming unalived from it. And then when they stopped counting COVID unaliving, influenza had numbers again, and so did heart disease, and so did cancer, and so did car accidents. Just saying, you can look that up. Okay? You could look that up, right? It's rational. What is it? It's radiation sickness for decades. Well, we do have some of that going on here. there is some of that happening. There's people that are having issues from the nuclear explosions. That's because there's so much of that had been going on this earth for so long that you guys don't realize that you're still fighting that off too. Yeah, no joke. The cancer and stuff like that. A lot of that is from the nuclear problems. Yeah, all over the world. But you guys don't realize that because it just increased in a way that they didn't determine. They didn't tell you. Wow, this is because of all the testing. They didn't want anybody to know that because they wanted to have that information suppressed so they could have the technology. But there is some of that. Yeah, right. You guys got to realize that as well. So it kind of sucks, but you have to not. Here's the thing: we try to get you past this point as soon as possible. Don't get mad at them because it's in their nature. They have to do that. Okay? You guys need to realize that. Evil is as evil does. They have to do that. They cannot stop themselves because that portion of their brain enlarges. When you listen to your ego and you get drunk on power, there's a portion of your brain that enlarges and another portion of your brain that shrinks. And the portion of your brain that shrinks is the conscience. And the portion of the brain that enlarges is the ego and the voice of that. That's why whatever wolf you feed, you become. So if you start going down that path, that's why Yoda said, when Luke said, is the dark side stronger? He said, no, easier, more seductive. But when you start down that path, forever it'll dominate your destiny. The reason for that is as you become more egoic, you actually hear the conscience less, and you hear more of the ego and the conscience gets quiet. The other way around. If you become more in service to others, the ego gets quieter. It doesn't go away, but it gets quieter. Okay? It's still going to be there. Your ego is there until halfway through the sixth dimension. It's going to be there. It's just going to get quieter and quieter the more that you are moving into being in service to others. Then the ego is going to be quieter in your mind, but it's still going to be there. It's designed to do that. That's what pushes you forward, is that dichotomy between good and evil. That dichotomy between your ego and your conscience is what drives us forward. Without that, in the time that we were a thing before the veiling and the ego and conscience, we knew we were the creator. And when you know you're the creator, you're not as motivated to do anything, to have experiences. And they're not organic because you know that it doesn't matter if I fall off that high wire and become unalive, because I'm just going to get reborn into another body and come back in about 20 years. I'll be the same age. 25, 30 years from now, I'll be the same age as not me because I'm 58, but you know what I mean. Okay, so you have to realize that. So because of the veiling, what helped with us to have an organic experience of what's happening here. Okay, so you have to realize that was what the decision was made by the creator, because the creator went, fuck, we're lazy. Because we were like, dude, I'm God, man. You're God, I'm God. We're all God, bro. We're gonna get there. So who cares? Hang 10, dude. Go on that surfboard, do it. That's a shark. Who cares, man? If it gets you, you're just gonna reborn. You're just gonna be reincarnated anyway, bro. So people did foolish things and didn't have organic experiences. So the creator went, I got to change something. And the creator went, okay, we got to do this dichotomy of choice, but they won't make the choice if they know they're me. So then the creator went, okay, now they have no idea. It gave you amnesia. While you're down here, you don't get to remember any of that until you're supposed to start pondering it and realize it. Okay. Yeah, right. Don't worry about it. It's only swamp gas, right, Peter? Oh my God. Yeah. So the creator had to change things and created this scenario. So there's your yin and yang. It's perfect ecosystem. Everything serves the all. There is no right and wrong. There just is experience. Okay. You just have to realize that. So you can't get mad at them. That's why Jesus on the cross said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Because the people that are third dimension are self-serving in third dimension, they don't realize that they're veiled. It's not their fault. And even the people that are in service to others that are veiled, they don't realize that it's not their fault. They're veiled because that's the way they're supposed to be. Okay. So again, let's get back to, you have to allow people to be where they are. Once you start waking up, you first get angry because you get mad that the bad guys know what's going on and they're taking advantage of the people who don't know what's going on. So you get mad at that. Then you try to wake everybody up, and then you go into that phase of yelling past everybody, yelling at them, you got to wake up. You're asleep and you're asleep and you're asleep and wake up, man, wake up, wake up. And they're not going to because they can't. So eventually you get tired of doing that. Nobody listens to me. Forget it, man. Then you start moving into that hermit phase, forget it. It doesn't matter what I do. They're not listening. I'm not going to tell them. And now you're still pouting. And then eventually you stop pouting about that and then you get the realization that it doesn't matter what you do because people are only ever going to wake up when they're ready to, and the other ones can't. That's when you fully go into the hermit stage of your existence, of your moving into 4D. You become the hermit and you go, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I do. People are going to wake up when they're supposed to, and I don't affect anything that happens. And I can't affect anything that is happening. So I'm just going to be me and do what I want. And then you do things like, what's his name, the comedian did, and you just start painting, The guy that was in Dumb and Dumber, what's his name? He's, really, everyone thought he was cuckoo for a long time because he was talking like me and people didn't understand it, right? And then he went into the hermit phase. I don't know for sure, but I hear tell that he's moved out of the hermit phase now and he's back starting to speak like I'm doing. When you eventually get Jim Carrey, thank you, Buzz, thank you, Mickey, thank you for Jim Carrey. Everybody thought he was cuckoo, man's awake. He moved into the hermit phase and he's just painting, man. I'm just being me, dude. You guys do you, I'm doing me. I'm having fun. And every now and then he would speak and he was telling you things like, I'm not in the universe is in me. I'm not Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey is a character that I play here for you. That's real. He's not crazy. He's awake. And then I hear tell that he's starting to speak again. You're hearing him do this. I hope so. I always wanted to talk to him and go, bro, you got to teach. Because eventually what happens is you realize that it's not just for them, it's also for you. And that you're kind of in a place where you have to choose to either do it or not do it, right? To help people or not help them. Because you do actually make a difference the same way you do with a cat or a dog or a pet. It looks like my wife and kids are home. So I'm going to have to go, guys, because everybody's here, right? So I will talk to you guys later, right? You guys have a good day, and I'm sorry I can't stay on longer, right? But the wife and kids are home, so we're going to do dinner and hang out, okay? So I love you guys. Have a great day. Have a great night. I'll be back live probably, I don't know about tomorrow, because this weekend we got a fair to go to, so it might not be until Monday. But it might be somewhere in there, maybe tomorrow night. I don't know. All right, so just follow us, like us, hit the bell so you know when we're live, guys. I love you. If you guys want to communicate with us, Merlin and Maeve at gmail.com. Send us an email, and we'll get back to you if you want to learn something that we teach or want to know what all we teach. We'll send you that information. All right, guys, I love you. Have a great night. Have a great day, morning, afternoon, whatever you guys are, and I'll talk to you later, okay? I love you guys.